Hello there! I was totally not singing along to this song as the stream was starting up. Nope, not at all. Nuh-uh, I already sang this song yesterday. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Ian. Hi, Ellis. Let's get back to punching things, shall we? Good old Captain America build, right? How's everyone today? It is very good to be back to streaming. I missed it. I missed you guys. I missed everything. I know yesterday was technically my first stream back, but this is like my first actual stream back. You get what I'm saying, you know? No hate on V-Harmony. But this is a personal thing between you and me, right? You and me, chat? Yeah. You're doing wonderful. That's good to hear, Aeolus. Yeah, I'm excited to get back to Skyrim. Waiting out the last few hours of work. That's good. Keep up the good work. Get in that good money so you can pay the bills and simp for people if you have stuff left over. And you're doing well too, Ian. That's good. Alright, well. Yeah, it's good to be back. Now, I am very familiar with the fact that when it comes to me streaming Skyrim, there's a high probability that there will be 30% gameplay and 70% me talking about whatever shit is on my mind. So, let's just live with that. Last time, so remember, this is an unarmed build. I'm playing a Khajiit. You can't see my Khajiit face, but I got a tail. We came all the way to Riften so we could pick up the gloves of the pugilist and disenchant those. We don't currently have any gauntlets to enchant with that enchantment, but we'll get there. There's a drug crisis, isn't there, in Riften? I think I was planning on fixing that, and then I couldn't find the person I'm supposed to talk to start off that quest. And then I found that person, like, right before I ended last stream 2 weeks ago now. So, yeah. I need a healing potion. It's currently night. Where can I get a healing potion at night? Maybe I'll just sleep. Or, actually, instead of buying a healing potion, which was my plan, let's do this quest. We'll find a healing potion in a dwarven ruin, won't we? And I totally don't need to stock up on healing potions before going into a dwarven ruin at level 15. No. We've got this. Let's not go out that way. This is the best way to get to a Bonchenzel. So yeah. Now, for those of you who did not know, yeah, I went on a almost 2-week long vacation. Oh, that texture made me think there was a body in front of the door. And it was, you know, took an overnight train out west to Washington State. Visited some family that I have not seen since before the pandemic started. It was good to visit with them. It was also good to stock up on some edibles, which are half as cheap out there, would you believe? So, yeah. Yeah, so we're just gonna play a little bit of Skyrim today. Also, I wanted to talk about, if you have not seen... Shut up, I was talking. If you have not seen my tweet or my pinned tweet, hello Sora, welcome. welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you have not seen my stream schedule or my pinned tweet, I have a new layout. Like, I've been using just sort of a free schedule template and editing that in Adobe Spark to make my schedule. And, I felt it was time to just add a few more extra personalization to me, my streaming stuff, and all that stuff. So, this lovely person that I follow on Twitter, what? I know he had a recent name change, didn't he? I think he's currently Gareth Magus. Either way, he's mentioned in my pinned tweet on Twitter. I think he currently goes by Gareth. I think Bledin was what he used to go by. But either way, Gareth is a lovely person who does some actual, I noticed he did some commissions and stuff, so I just wanted to, ask him what sort of commissions he did. Yeah, there you go. That's him. Ooh, we got revelers.
Hey, friend. It's good to see another merry soul enjoying this fine day. Ah, but you look tired. Come, share a bottle of honey brew mead with me.
Always do this. If you have any honey brew mead, keep it in your pocket and give it to the revelers.
This good deed should not go unrewarded. Here, take this. Cheers, my friend. May your adventures find you fame and fortune.
Yeah, that's why I keep honey brew mead with me whenever I see it. Because if I run into the revelers, they'll just give you a free charmed necklace for a bottle of mead. And if you don't know what that necklace does, oh, thank you for the follow, Sora. Charmed necklace. First of all, 790 value. Second of all, carrying capacity increased 25 points. If you need it. But yeah, Gareth, I noticed he did some commission stuff. I was actually looking for people that did commissions at the time, and I asked him what sort of stuff he did. And I think, actually, let's see, I think this is the last or the most, I don't think I've done any, non-art commissions, because he didn't do any of the art for my schedule layout. He just did the graphic design for it. So this is, I think, my first non-art commission since my rigging. So there you go. I do recommend him if you are looking for. He does schedules like he did mine. He also does stream layouts, I think, and some other stuff. He's a cool graphic designer. The downside of having commissioned a actual personalized stream schedule is I didn't actually have any editing software to edit it. I mean, I could just take the PNG of what he sent me and just open that up in Adobe Spark like I did for all my schedules before now. But he also provided me with an actual PSD, I think that's what it's called, a PSD file that has each day of the week that you can edit. So I wanted to do that. I wanted to actually do proper editing and stuff to that instead of just, the jank that I've been doing this entire time. But I don't have Photoshop. I think those are intended for Photoshop. I don't have Photoshop. Oh, come on, let me in. There we go. I don't have Photoshop. So I looked up GIMP. And GIMP is weird with text layers. Like, it doesn't read them as text layers from a Photoshop thing or something. I don't know. I was figuring this out at 11:30 last night, trying to get my stream. How do you edit, like, text layers, though, Aeolus, from a PSD file? Assuming that PSD file was not created from GIMP. Either way,
I don't like this place. It feels like we're being watched.
It's a simple job, Drennan. We get in, we steal the lexicon, we leave. Don't get jumpy.
If you two cannot handle this, we can find others to hire.
Enough. Their services will be more than adequate. Let us continue.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I got it, and I Googled how to edit it, and then people were just like, you can't. So I scrapped GIMP, moved over to, what's it called? It's like, it's like photo something or other. Photo P? Photo P. That's PEA, as in like peas, as in the vegetable. And it's a web browser software thing. You don't have to download anything for Photo P. And that's also something you can use for PSD files. And that one, ooh, what's my weight? Yeah, I can take a cog. So that one does actually let you edit text files, which was nice. Or not text files, text layers. But I had to play around with it to find out it's not as straightforward on how to use as, like, it's not as straightforward how you're supposed to edit a PSD file with multiple layers and stuff as it would be with, like, a Word document. I'm very familiar with how to edit those. So I had to mess around to find out exactly how to edit the text. And then I had a weird thing where basically the, like, basically, like, the PSD file Gareth sent me had, like, add event dash 0:00, you know, kind of just like a template for this is where you put in your events on your schedule. And so and it had a, oh shit, a sphere. It had a decent, like, a pretty readable font. Like, I've noticed the, ow, oh shit. I've noticed the, hi Impish. I noticed that the purple on green, or like the lavender on mint or whatever, that is on the schedule is kind of hard to read. Like, I can read it, but it's not the most user-friendly, like, or viewer-friendly thing to try and read that. So I tried my best to, oh yeah, but, so even though the colors are kind of hard to read with, I noticed that the actual font, like the way it was, I don't know if it was the font itself or the fact that it was bold or whatever, like the letters were thick enough that you could see them. like, you could read pretty well. It might have been that the font doesn't actually exist in Photopea, because when I tried to change the words on that schedule, it just kind of sucked. Like, they were very thin letters. So I tried to find the font, and I don't think I could find the font. I found a similar font, and basically what I had to do was take that font that's pretty readable and make it bold, but it's still, I think, kind of hard to read, the purple and green. So what I'm gonna try to do next time, I'll hopefully give myself more time to actually edit my schedule. I'll see if I can't add an outline to it, because that's one thing you can do if text is a color that's hard to read on another color. You know, like if you've got yellow and white on top of each other, that'd be very hard to read. You can add an outline to it, which makes it a lot more legible. So I'm gonna try and see if I can't do that for next time, when I don't procrastinate my schedule until like 30 minutes before I want to go to bed. So, with that said though, I really like my schedule. Okay, yeah, I get that, but I want to be as user-friendly as I can, Aeolus, alright? I don't want to be like everyone else. I want to be accessible. Oh yeah, the balcony. Outlines are a designer's best friend. Hi, Jasper. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you here. So, yeah, I mean, I do think about that stuff, you know? I think I want everyone to be able to read what they want when they can.
Hello there.
General Kenobi, hi Curry. It's lovely to see all my friends in chat here today. Well, most of them. Anyway. So, yeah, it's, also, hang on. We've got Ian, we've got Curry, we've got Impish, we have Aeolus. We have, I think, most of the people that I'm collabing with this upcoming week in chat right now. Aeolus, I haven't actually planned when we're going to do our collab, but we might schedule that for like the week after this week, or I don't know. I'll DM you after the stream. Unless you want to chat about it in chat right now. That's cool. But yeah. I could maybe use a white outline like what was used on the schedule portion. Okay, I'll try that. I was thinking of black outline, but a white outline could probably work too. Like there's probably still just enough disparity. Actually, I want oak flesh. Oh, I really want oak flesh. Oh, I forgot I have a level up. I'm not going to use that to heal. That's cheating. Oh, fuck. My fists aren't out. Hang on. Actually, you know what? You don't think it would be good with my color scheme? I can see that. Yeah, it might be low contrast. I'll play around with things and see what I like. But anyway, yeah, no, like, I see y'all talking there in chat about how many friends I have. I want to, like, I wanted to bring that up, actually, or, like, it was something I was thinking about today. Because I really call pretty much all my oh, shit! I pretty much call all, like, my followers and stuff friends. But in reality, I don't think... Like, I don't really feel that connection with a lot of them. You know, they're just a name I saw on Twitter and clicked that follow button, and that's about the only interaction I've had with them. So I was kind of worried there a little bit today, kind of thinking, like, one of my issues with potentially getting big, I don't think I'm getting that big, but, like, there's still I still have a long way to go before I grow a lot, but I'm also not going to sell myself short. Like, I have definitely grown a lot more than some of my other friends here in this community, but, yeah, like... That follow interaction is pretty much the only interaction I have with a lot of my followers. And I don't know, I call them my friends. But I don't think that's actually the way it is. It's more just like acquaintances. You know, peers. We all work in the same, like, we all are VTubers, and that's basically it that I have in common with a lot of them. So yeah, that was like one of my concerns with getting as big as I am is, or like I didn't even think it would be this soon, is this kind of distance between me and my follow base. That was kind of a concern that I would potentially run into. Yeah, like, I want to be that easy to approach person. I still want that like, headline that you see on my Twitter calling myself that supportive friend VTuber. Like, I still want that for me. But, let's see, what do I need more of? Maybe Magicka? I need stamina at some point, maybe. Or do I? It's good for power attacks, but fists don't use that much stamina for power attacks. I'll get Magicka. Now what do I need? Restoration, oh, this is alteration. Mage armor, definitely not. Maybe restoration. How am I on enchanting? No. Smithing, definitely not. What about heavy armor? Ooh, I can get another rank of heavy armor. Let's go for that. Yeah, you know, I want to be approachable. And I do want to help out a lot of people, but to be honest, I've kind of reached that point, well, I'm far past that point now, where I can't really just call every random person I see on Twitter that I happen to be mutuals with my friend. So yeah, I've been doing this past week or so is you try to keep the term friend for people you actually view as friends, or at least friendly acquaintances. You're nervous about creating a parasocial. Yeah, that's a thing. Parasocial relationships. I maybe need to work on that a little bit. Also, this is just gonna be how I deal with a lot of the spheres here. Is I'm just gonna run away while I heal and close doors behind me. Yeah, I mean, Okay, I was a little late on the shout there. Alright, I need to focus on this fight! I need to not die. When was the last time I saved? That would be a good question to ask. Oh, I need to really not die. This way, this way, this way. I died. Well, I think I saved relatively recently. This is why I was afraid of going in the Dwarven Ruin at level 15. Yeah, no, like, basically what I've been trying to do... You may have noticed, like, I've been saying a lot of, like, I've done 3 tweets so far, right? Of... Everyone needs a Kara in their life, everyone needs a Locke in their life, everyone needs a Minra in their life. Those are like the three tweets I've done over the last week along those lines. And basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to reinforce who among all of you are actually my friends, you know? Like, because I do genuinely think of a lot of you as my friends. Honestly, like, I would say among you people here interacting in my chat, over half of you I consider to be actually friends. So, yeah, you know, I'm trying to kind of reestablish myself that boundary. Well, not that boundary, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, I'm trying to remind myself who in this community are actually my friends. Like, who... I could probably count on a lot of people that I don't even really interact with all that much, but, you know, yeah, I just want... It's a good thing to tell myself that, and because I've been, I don't know, I've been feeling kind of separated from... I've been feeling a great distance between myself and a lot of the people on Twitter, so I want to remind myself that, you know? You know what I'm saying. Anyway, also, Jasper says, typical Monday, just trying to explore and vertically challenge robot bonks you on the back of the head. Oh! Oh, you're talking about the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a boundary, I guess, Jeremy. Yeah, it's... Also, like, here's another thing. There's a difference between the people that follow you on Twitch and the people that follow you on Twitter. There is a difference. You know why I know there's a difference? Because I have, like, over 1,500 people following me on Twitter and not even 400 people following me on Twitch. It's not a problem I have, but I do think, like, it's an easier commitment for a lot of people to click that follow button on Twitter than it would be to click that follow button on Twitch. Furthermore, like, some of your audience on Twitch doesn't even come from Twitter. Like, it could be people that just showed up to your stream because they found one of your tags or something. Like, they were looking for people streaming with the Vtuber and LGBT tag, and they found you, and so they came to your stream and followed you. Like, that's... And then they find your Twitter that way. Yeah, that's another thing, too, is, like, Twitter tries to discourage people from following links. It's not that you can't, it's just that it suppresses tweets with external links, you know? But yeah, so I feel like there's that, and I also get that too. Like, I find it, I don't know if everyone has this mindset, but I find it a lot easier to just follow a bunch of VTubers on Twitter than to actually commit to going to each of their Twitch channels and following them there. Even though I know that's probably the way that would help them the most. Like a Twitter follower, what is that even? You know, it's okay, I'm probably gonna die. I'm cornered. I'm getting gangbanged in this corner. Hell, holy shit. Hang on. Yeah, you know, like, following people on Twitter would probably be... Oh, this would save me. Or following people on Twitch would probably be a lot more helpful than a Twitter follow, because a Twitter follow is basically just nothing. It's just like, oh, you're a person that I can stay up to date on what they're doing? I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess, but it's... Yeah, like, a Twitch follow actually helps them in terms of you get notifications when they go live, and it's just like, it directly affects their streaming work, you know? A lot of it comes to a time commitment. You probably don't have hours or even minutes to watch a stream, but you can read a tweet in seconds. Yeah, pretty much. Like, my timeline on Twitter is absolutely flooded. Like, I cannot get to the top of that timeline anymore. It's basically impossible for me. I don't mind it. Because, like, I still have my friends that I can, like, actually go to their page if I want and see what they've been saying lately, you know, what's been going on in their life. And if I find a bunch of content on my Twitter timeline that it's just like, yeah, like, if my timeline is bogged up with a bunch of random shit that I don't really care about, that might be a little bit of a harsh way of putting it, but you know what I mean. Like, you're a person that I don't actually interact with all that much, and while it may be nice to interact with you, I don't have the time to interact with thousands of you. So, yeah, it's like, you can just scroll past all that stuff if you don't want to see it. Whereas with Twitch, I feel like there's a lot more of a commitment. Also, there's like an actual follower limit, or a follow limit on Twitch that doesn't exist on Twitter. I mean, there's like a soft cap on Twitter where once you reach a certain limit, they limit the number of people you can follow in a day. But you still can reach like millions of people that you follow. But yeah, so anyway, there's that disparity between Twitch and Twitter, and I think I value I think even between the people that I don't have a direct interaction with, I still value that more on Twitter than I do on more on Twitch than I do on Twitter. Because this is a person that went out of their way to interact with me on Twitch and, you know, get those notifications when I go live, even if they don't show up to any of my streams. The thought matters. And same vice versa. Like, I follow quite a few people on Twitch that I don't show up to a lot of their streams because I don't really have that much time in my day. I do make time to show up to people's streams and, you know, have them on in the background while I do stuff. But hello, Pixie Twinks. Yeah, you know, it's just like, yeah, you can ignore Twitter ads, but you cannot ignore Twitch ads, pretty much. But yeah, you know, it's like, oh, well, I did not get killed. That's exactly how I do it, Ian. I will, like, I'm not terribly pulled in by that go live notification. I try to show up if I'm like really interested in what someone's doing, but for the most part I'll just kind of show up as I'm scrolling through for someone to like basically interact with and keep me entertained while I do other stuff. I do that sometimes too, Impish, but yeah, it's just like I watch Twitch a lot more on my phone than I do on my PC, because I can take my phone wherever. I can take it out to the couch while I'm, you know, chilling on the couch with my dogs, or, you know, eating dinner or whatever. This is supposed to be a cutscene. There we go.
Fiends ignoring us.
Zinzel is waiting.
Waiting for what?
No one seems to know. Perhaps the return of the bloodline. Perhaps the end of the world.
Best get rid of the ones we see, just in case.
Yeah, that's another thing I sometimes do, is I'll just kind of have them on my PC. Something that's actually fun, like kind of fun, is I will have my PC I'll have a stream open on my PC. I'll go out to the living room to just do a bunch of stuff, and then I come back and I'm watching a completely different person, because, you know, the person that I was watching raided someone else. And then, so, you know, it'll be open to that person. And they'll leave and come back, and it's another person, because that person raided the next person. So it's a fun thing. I'm trying to remember. There was like one day, I don't remember why I did this, but one day I had like, for whatever reason, one day I basically had a stream open on my PC. I left my PC on for, you know, pretty much the whole day. Like, I think that I started the stream towards the morning. And then, you know, I went and did some stuff and came back, and someone else was streaming, and I left and came back and it was someone else, and back and forth like that. And I think I went through like 6 or 7 streams on my PC. And of course, each time I come back and find that I have raided, that I've been part of a raid to a channel that I don't follow, and I find that I like the person that is currently streaming, I'll follow them. And sometimes, actually, that's how I found someone that I actually intended to, that, like, I like enough on Twitter that I wanted to follow them on Twitch, but I never got around to it, and then I ended up in their stream from a raid, and so I followed them. That streamer, by the way, is, I think, Woody? I think that's their name. Woody? And, yeah, like, I just did not follow them for whatever reason, but I totally intended to, and then I just ended up at their stream because of the raid, and it's like, oh, guess I'm here now. Might as well drop that follow. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Ha, can't get me here, bitch. Fuck. 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 But yeah, it's anyway. Don't you dare. This is my safety corner. Anyway, you know, I don't know. This is just me playing Skyrim, folks. I just talk about whatever random shit is on my mind and take that into a long tangent, and maybe I'll comment on the gameplay every once in a while. Man, I do not know how the dwarves were so powerful with their machines. If they can't even design, like, machines that use a ball to get over debris. Nope, can't land the robot with range. I am not allowed to use anything but my fist, Jasper. This is a Captain America build. Alright. Let's see who can outlast the other person. Oh, shit! Unlike the robot, I have healing. Oh, it found a way around the debris. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Why am I not sprinting faster? There we go. Alright, let's come around here. Alright, sweet. I duped it. No, fuck! Come on, I hear it behind me. It's like right behind me. Whew! Sucks to be you, robot. Anyway. Let's pick a different topic. There was like another topic that was like on the tip of my tongue with that tangent, but then like I went really in depth with that tangent and maybe chat distracted me or something and I went in that direction instead of the other direction I had in my head. Hey! Shit. Dodged it. What was it? Did it have something to do with me? Did it have something to do with Skyrim? I doubt it. I don't have anything to discuss about this game. This game that I've spent literal thousands of hours of my life playing. Oh, E3. Y'all familiar with E3? Y'all following what's happening there? It's kind of a big deal in the gamer community. A lot of gamers like to see what the big companies are talking about, what's coming up next. Yeah, you know, E3, it's... First time I ever watched E3 was 2011, I think. I think it was 2011. It was the... So, this was actually before I was into Skyrim. No, I'm not taking another cog. How many cogs do I have? 6. Yeah, I can easily get 4 more, probably. Without just getting myself over encumbered in this dungeon. Yeah, first E3 I watched was, I think, 2011. This was before I was into Skyrim. Or, well, like, Skyrim wasn't even out yet. But it was when... It was before I got into anything Bethesda related. Like, I vaguely knew that one of my cousins played Fallout. It was Fallout 3 in New Vegas back then. Like, he started playing 3, and that seemed cool. And then I saw him playing New Vegas, and that also seemed cool. That was, like, my only exposure to Bethesda. I didn't even play those games at the time. The really the only AAA games I had any interest in was Assassin's Creed. And that's why I watched E3, because I had, I started with Brotherhood, moved on to 2, and maybe I played 1 at one point around there. But, I started with Brotherhood, and back then, let's get quick reflexes. Back then, I didn't do anything, no, fuck. I lost my train of thought. Back then, Brotherhood was the most recent Assassin's Creed game to come out. That was a long-ass time ago. And I was curious about, I was checking the GameStop website. Remember GameStop? I was checking GameStop to see the next installment of Assassin's Creed, and all I saw there was the name, Revelations. I didn't actually see any of the box art or anything because they didn't release any of the box art. It was just Revelations. Didn't I have a follower at some point? What happened to Faendal? Did anyone watch my last Skyrim stream? Do you remember what happened to Faendal? Where did he go? He probably died at some point. I don't think I've seen him at all this stream. I vaguely remember his corpse. He might have died last stream. Anyway, good old GameStop. I saw that there was a game called Revelations that was going to be the next game in the franchise. I didn't know anything about it because they didn't have box art for it yet. Go ahead and have your conversation. There you go.
Indeed. I did not anticipate a bunch of cell size or the time needed to unlock the entrance. A few hours sleep and we should be ready to continue through.
Maybe we should turn back. I don't want to sleep here.
Drennan, you do understand that the lexicon at the bottom of this place holds the accumulated memories of centuries of Dwemer.
Not to mention our pay.
So we're not turning back, you fool.
Besides, you're not scared of a few sleeping metal men, are you, Drennan?
Yeah, right. So no information about the game, but I was really anticipating the next release because I'm like, okay, I played Brotherhood, I played 2, maybe I played 1 at that point. I really want to know what comes next. I am invested in this franchise. And that's when I found out E3 was a thing and Ubisoft was going to announce their big game. Oh. Well, that's why you check for traps. Yeah, so I found out about E3 as a thing, and it's only an Apprentice Trap too. Hello, Ellie. Ellie the Pancake, how you doing? E3. I found out was a thing. I found out Ubisoft was gonna talk about their big releases and stuff. Happy colors moment. You're excited for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Mathis' debut's tomorrow. Is that what you're excited about? I'm excited for that too. Oh, Nintendo Direct, yeah. Honestly, E3's kind of lost its luster for me. Not that I'm not interested in E3, but I was most interested in it around, basically up until I think 2018 was the last time I was like invested in E3. But yeah, you know, I mean, I'm interested in the news, of course, but I can do other things to keep myself distracted until then. Oh, fuck you with your ranged attacks. So, anyway, like, yeah, like, first time why did I even take that soul gem? You know you don't have a way to fill it, Haru. And you're never gonna sell it. Yeah. So... do I even take the Moonstone ore? What would I be crafting that requires Moonstone and heavy armor? No, that's light armor. We've got Dwarven, that doesn't require it. Orcish doesn't. Does Ebony or Daedric? I don't think they do either. I don't think Moonstone is relevant to me. Though I think there's like at least one quest at some point that asks for Moonstone ore, so I'll keep one on hand. But yeah, like, Ubisoft is actually going to reveal about this whole game that I've been excited for and invested in. And yeah, I know that, Elliot. I just wasn't sure if it was used for anything else, because I know some ores are like mixed into other things, like steel I think is used for multiple tiers above steel armor, so I just wasn't sure about Moonstone. But yeah, so anyway, that event, I watched Ubisoft's big reveal, and as it's a press conference thing, they want to save the best for last, so like they did a whole bunch of stuff leading up to it, like I think Big Little World, or there was some other games, maybe like a not Ratchet and Clank, what are some other Ubisoft titles that are smaller? I say smaller. They're still massive. Little Big Planet. There you have it, Jasper. Yeah, they announced something about Little Big Planet. They announced like a few other stuff. And then finally, the big reveal came about the big thing that everyone came to this event to watch was what's the next Assassin's Creed. And I was on the edge of my seat. It was like the most hyped I'd ever been for anything in a long time. Like, what's this revelation gonna be? Where is it set? What's it gonna involve? Why is it called Revelation even? And it was an epic gameplay trailer. Well, like, it was an epic trailer. Do you remember those trailers that Ubisoft did for their Assassin's Creed games, like way back in the day, like starting with the CG trailer of Revelations, starting with the very first game, they had an awesome trailer. The second game, awesome trailer. Third game, awesome trailer. Fourth game, Revelations, awesome trailer. Look them all up. Just look them all up on YouTube if you have not seen them already. Those were great trailers. I can't... I remember being just as anticipated for Assassin's Creed 3, and then being... twice as disappointed when I actually got the game. But yeah, like Assassin's Creed 3 had a pretty neat trailer, but I think the trailer started going downhill with 3. Maybe 4 had a decent trailer, but I don't think I was there for that reveal. I don't think I watched it. I'm cornered again. So, but yeah, that was an awesome, just like such a great trailer they did for E3 for Revelations reveal. And oh, I remember I have this ability now, the slow time. Oh, that's so cool. That's so fun to use. You need to time it right, though. Alright, there we go. Okay. And there you have it. Nightbot with the actual VTubers of the week this week. Check those two out, Saku and Haley. Only 2 AC games you were hyped for were Syndicate and Odyssey, only because they allowed you to play as girls. Yeah, that's a good reason to be hyped for those games. Yeah, like, I kind of fell out of the Assassin's Creed hype. Why did I take that Petty Soul Gem? It's worthless. It's just gonna weigh me down. So, yeah, Revelations not only had a cool gameplay, well, not a gameplay trailer, but like a cinematic trailer at the E3 release, or E3 reveal, excuse me. They also had like a good 10 minutes of gameplay, and it was epic. Like, what did I take? I don't want it, whatever it was. Go away. Yeah, it was some epic gameplay, and it was actually like a mission you could play in the actual game, and it is a great way to show off the game, basically. And yeah, oh man, I want to go back and rewatch those trailers now that I brought them up. I want to play through the Assassin's Creed games, the entire franchise. Almost the entire franchise. I may skip 3. Nice. So, E3's been kind of meh this year. You've been trying to figure out why Yusuke Persona was narrating a Persona 5 style Square Enix showcase. Yeah, I've kind of fallen out of E3 since 2018, I think. But yeah, they've fallen behind, definitely. Ubisoft has not been that great with their gameplay, with their game reveals as they were back in 2011. But, like, I didn't want to start an Assassin's Creed game until after I finished the previous one. And way back then, I was, like, in high school, I think sophomore or junior year, so, you know, I had time on my hands to play through video games and stuff. And then, so basically I played all the way through Revelations, and then by that point I had to wait like 11 months for the next Assassin's Creed game to come out. Remember when it only took you a month to finish a game? Those were the good days. But yeah, it's both a matter of I don't have as much time as I used to way back then, and also games were shorter. Fuck you, Ubisoft. I want to finish Valhalla. I don't have the fucking time to finish Valhalla. But yeah, so it's yeah, like 3 came out. I played maybe 3/4 of the way through 3, and then I don't even remember what it was. Maybe that's like when I got really into Skyrim and didn't play as much Assassin's Creed anymore. And so by that point, I just played a whole bunch of, yeah, like I didn't really play much Assassin's Creeds anymore. 3 was just sitting there in my library unfinished. I had the disc version, like the pre-order GameStop version. And yeah, like 3 was just sitting there on the shelf, unfinished. And I think I liked it better back then than I do now. Like 3, I was a lot more open-minded about what I could enjoy about games. But yeah, since my most recent replay of 3 was not a good time. It was not fun. I don't know, Ellie. That's an excellent question. I'm gonna try to. At the very least, I want to beat, you know, like the main storyline, all the DLC, and like all the like all the relevant guilds that this character is going to be a part of, which might be all of them. Yeah, I might do all the guilds. So I mean, if you call that a full playthrough, then yes, I'm trying. Also, did you just see that spider just walked through that walk through that door? Come on, Bethesda. Yeah, I mean, if you call that a full playthrough, then yeah, I'm gonna try to make this a full playthrough. The reason I say try, though, is way too often when I play, like, start a Skyrim playthrough, I will not finish it. Like, my interest in this game kind of comes and goes in waves. And so hopefully I'll stay invested in this long enough to actually finish this game with this character. Oof. You'll try to catch my Skyrim streams? That'd be really cool. I'd love to see you. I'd love to see you at my streams. But yeah, it's like I was partway through 3, didn't finish that, and then so many games came out. Because, you know, Ubisoft wants basically a new Assassin's Creed every single year. And by that time, I had other games I was interested in, so I wasn't just totally a Bethesda. I wasn't totally a Ubisoft fangirl. You know, I was a Bethesda fangirl by that point. You know, I was all about that Fallout 4 and Skyrim and all that stuff. The new AC, you mean the newest one? Like the most recent one that came out? That is set in England and you play as a Viking. But it's not 1066. So yeah, Ubisoft wanted a new Assassin's Creed every year, pretty much. And of course the one announced at E3? Did they announce one? Wait, has Ubisoft had their conference already? I don't know. Maybe someone in chat can tell me. But yeah, I don't know if they weren't gonna announce the new Assassin's Creed this year. I remember. No, I was talking about the E3 of 2011. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, I've not been paying much attention to E3 this year. But yeah, you know, I got into Bethesda as like my go-to. I kind of like, I still followed Ubisoft and what they were doing because I'm always interested in Assassin's Creed. Mostly I'm always interested in if they will ever leave their comfort zone and release an Assassin's Creed that's not European. Or heavily European influenced. You know, they're a very Eurocentric company. But anyway, oh come on, don't die. Alright, there we go. So yeah, Bethesda became my one thing. No, they do not, Ellie. No, they do not. They have an AC set in China, but it's not an actual Assassin's Creed game. It's a 2.5D platformer called Assassin's Creed Chronicles, and it's not the same. It's fun, but they're still clearly heavily Euro focused because they did not dedicate a full team to producing a game actually set in China. They made a platformer that had a storyline based in China. And they also feel it also might have been to just kind of check that box to say, oh, you see, we make games in other parts of the world. We made one for China, one for India, one for Russia. No, you made a Chronicles for China, India, and Russia. You did not make an Assassin's Creed. Or like a proper title for Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it's... So... They're clearly biased. I want them to branch out and actually do an Assassin's Creed game, a historical fiction game, set in anywhere that's not Eurocentric. Anywhere. Africa, please, do Africa. South America. Pre-colonial America, sure. Hi, coffee mug. It's like the Middle East focused on non-European influenced Middle East, you know, because that's very... Okay, I need to... First of all, state, it's not going to be... If you set a game in the Middle East, it's not going to be without European influence, because that would be... Like, you can't have the Middle East without European influence. You'd basically be erasing a part of history there. You can definitely explore parts while only without focusing on the European stuff. But, you know, the first Assassin's Creed game was set during one of the Crusades, and so it's still very heavily Eurocentric, even if it's not actually set in Europe. Then we have... Yeah, so basically just Ubisoft, come on. But I've said a lot of shit. I basically say this every time Ubisoft comes up. It's Ubisoft, get your shit together and make a game that's not Europe. But no. Here's what I want to say about like the current E3. Assassin's Creed and Rainforest. I mean, they kind of did that with I don't know if it was actually a proper Rainforest, but they kind of did that with Black Flag. Like, you could go ahead and explore a lot of the Caribbean, and there were some like heavily forested areas in there, and you could find monkeys and stuff, and that was pretty cool. Again, it was heavily European influenced because colonialism. Origins was in Egypt. You know what else was in Egypt that time? The Romans. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's so much stuff that they try to branch out, but it's still heavily European influenced. I get that there's difficulty to find a setting in any point in history that is completely without European influence. I get that. So I guess Origins kind of gets a pass there. But they could have done a setting that involved Egypt that did not involve Europe. They chose not to. There was... Yeah, because the problem is Europe gets in everything. I say this as a person that studied history. Europe gets its fingers in everything. So I guess you really can't set a game that's completely uninfluenced by Europe. But you can certainly try. You could put any effort into it. But yeah, you know, it's kind of annoying.
I can't do this. We shouldn't be here. I'm sorry.
Drennan!
Let the field mouse run. Your pain will be double.
My pain will be nothing if we die in here.
Calm yourself, Freya. We are closing in on the lexicon. I can feel it calling. We'll continue without Drennan.
Alright. So... yeah. But no, what I want to talk about here is... I want to redirect the conversation with where I was going with first. E3. E3 of this year.
We are close now. Can you hear the lexicon calling out?
Sure.
So we grab it and we get out, right?
Once we have the lexicon, we'll need to take it to its podium. I know what to do from there. Soon the lexicon's knowledge will be mine.
Ours. Soon the lexicon's knowledge will be ours.
Of course.
Yeah, no, it's E3 of... E3 of this year. Basically, every time E3 happens, I'm most interested in two companies. Ubisoft and Bethesda. Bethesda has, since... I think it was since the last E3. Do I need Quicksilver for anything? I think that's also only really used for stuff. I think it was since either last E3 or the E3 before that Bethesda was acquired by Microsoft. Yeah, I want Bethesda to be better too, Coffee Mug. Hello, Dwarven Sphere. I need to focus to help myself take care of you. Yeah, it's like a lot of the times I'm really only focused on the goings-on with those two companies when it comes to E3. I don't even pay any attention at all to the Xbox exclusive stuff. I just want to know what's going on with Bethesda. And this year, you can't know what's happening with Bethesda without the Xbox stuff. I know what that whole acquisition thing. Oh, EA, yeah. EA needs to be a better company, too. A lot of them do. Ubisoft needs to be better. Bethesda needs to be better. EA needs to be better. Like, maybe Nintendo is the best out of all of them, but they still have areas they could improve on. Yeah, so with that acquisition, I guess, Jasper, but that doesn't mean that one worst company doesn't need to improve. Like, there still can be competition. It can change from year to year which company is the worst. Like, yes, one company will always be the worst, but it doesn't mean that they can't be self-aware that they're the worst and they need to improve on stuff. What's my current necklace, and can I just switch over to... It's an amulet of Talos. Yeah, I don't really care about that. I'll just wear the charm necklace for now. So... But yeah, it's... That whole Bethesda now being owned by Microsoft. With Bethesda being owned by Microsoft, now of course they're now part of... Do they actually take that bullet, Jasper? Have they actually, like, acknowledged that they're the worst? But... So the thing with... Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Bethesda has certainly gotten worse. We'll put it that way. Bethesda... I don't know if they're... I will say E3 is... Not E3. EA has gotten better over the years. They're still not as good as they could be, but they have gotten better. Like, have any of you played... Jedi Knight Fallen Order? That was a great game. Okay, I only have to take one on. Good. That's one thing, Curry. And, yeah, like, I've heard a lot of people wanting this Microsoft acquisition to be a good thing for Bethesda. And maybe it can be yeah, EA is still pretty bad with their DLC and stuff. Actually, am I even gonna live this fight? I'm probably gonna die at least once. That's why I'm gonna die, because that steam breath is so powerful. But here's the thing with Microsoft. Yes, they now have Microsoft's resources, but what they also now have to bow to Microsoft's whim, which means exclusives. Now, at first I wasn't all that worried, because I'm like, well, like, I don't even rely on PlayStation at all. I have not owned anything PlayStation since the PlayStation 2. And, like, I mostly rely on PC for my gaming. Holy shit, that was powerful. So I wasn't terribly worried about them going Microsoft exclusive. But I also don't own an Xbox. Yeah, I agree, Coffee. The Xbox that I own is a 360. The only, like, if you can even call it current gen console that I own is a Switch. Everything else is PC for me. Like, I like to keep all my games in one place. It's simple, easy, and yeah, so the fact that Bethesda is now falling into that same group that Sony has been doing, except the opposite, because we all know Sony's probably the biggest culprit of requiring their games to be exclusive to their consoles. Which is why I still have yet to play Ghost of Tsushima. Even though I want to play it, Sony made it exclusive to the PlayStation, and because I don't own a PlayStation, I can't play that game. It's inaccessible to me. I've wanted a PlayStation 5 since those have been announced, specifically so I could play that game. But you can't get one of those. And that's another problem with exclusives, is if you make something exclusive to a console and then no one can get that console, no one can play your game. I get that it's also on the PS4, but I'd rather spend my money on a console that's going to be relevant in the next 5 to 10 years. I don't want to spend my... Also, this Centurion is bugged, if you haven't noticed. It's not attacking me at all. I want a console that's going to be relevant in the next 5 to 10 years. They aren't going to make any more games for the PS4 after, like, I think this year, last year, soon they're going to stop making games for the PS4. I would like to be updated on current hardware if possible, and if their console is pretty much inaccessible and they make their games exclusive to their console that you can't get, I can't play their game. Yeah, Switch is not strong enough to play most games. The Switch has some decent ports. Like, I have the Skyrim port. And that's decent. But, yeah. They kind of... I don't think the Switch is supposed to be able to handle those types of next-gen games either. Yeah, Skyrim is old as fuck. Also, it's not even the newest version of Skyrim. Because remember, there's like 2 versions. Well, at least 2 versions. There's the original, and then there's Special Edition. It's not even Special Edition. It's the original that's on the Switch. And you can't even mod it. You can't even mod the Switch version. But... with that said, maybe I'll take that. Alright, I can barely carry all this stuff back to Riften. So, that's my problem with Sony, is they, I mean, for good reason, they do have, like, a relatively good reason to make their stuff exclusive, and it's because they're competing with another massive company. And if I feel like a lot of their sales, like some of their sales are based on loyalty of their customers, like people that will basically only go for Sony whenever the next console gets released. But we also have timed exclusives would be a good balance, because again, I see, I'm gonna get to that, Ellie. I do want to talk about that. We'll get to that conversation eventually. Once my discussion flows in the direction I want it to, we'll talk about that. But yeah, so I get why exclusives are necessary, or at least I get why companies think they're necessary, and it's because it's a competitive market. And without having that incentive of, if our customers buy our thing, if our customers buy... Oh, did the game crash? The game might have crashed. Oh, no, we're good. It's basically, if they don't have the exclusive, then they're relying entirely on customer loyalty and nothing else. Hope this thing doesn't land nearby me. Yeah, that's the thing with Jasper, is like, that's what they did back in 2018 at their Bethesda conference. There was, they had Fallout 76 to show off. That was their big release of that year. And they also showed off nothing about Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6 besides mentioning that they exist and they're being worked on. And that was kind of just used as a hook of, don't give up on us. We are still doing these things. We promise we're not just doing nothing. Which they're not doing nothing. Like, it does take a lot of years to make those games, and they've had other stuff they wanted to do in the meantime. Skyrim Special Edition comes with even more paid DLC that somehow breaks the game because they didn't make the mods, or... Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, I get why exclusives are a thing. I just hate them. They should be timed exclusives, like, Coffee mentioned. Oh yeah, horse armor. They should be timed exclusives, like, for 6 months. You can only buy this game on the PlayStation. Or 6 months, you can only buy it on the Xbox. But having it be an exclusive for all time, like, isn't that Bloodborne? Has Bloodborne ever come to PC? I'm pretty sure Bloodborne is just still a Sony exclusive. I know Ghost of Tsushima is a Sony exclusive, which is why I've never played it before, even though I really want to. Come on, Sony. I would love to play your game if I could have a way to play it. I want to give you my money. Let me give you my money. But yeah, it's the problem with the Bethesda Microsoft acquisition. Well, I guess the inverse, the Microsoft Bethesda acquisition is that now Bethesda is exclusive to Microsoft. Hi, Duckman. Now Bethesda is exclusive to Microsoft, and this new game that's coming out, Starfield, I know a lot of people are more anticipating the Elder Scrolls 6, like Starfield is what Starfield is, whatever. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, Jasper, and chatting. It was fun. Have a great day. The thing with Starfield, a lot of people are just kind of like, I'm anticipating Starfield only because I know they're not really going to go full into Elder Scrolls 6 until Starfield is out. And I get that, because Starfield is a new IP for Bethesda, and people are more, like, they're already hooked on the current IPs, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. And we've been itching for an Elder Scrolls game for the past however many years. Like, many years. And yeah, I can break that down now. I'm now over encumbered. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people have been itching for a new Elder Scrolls game since Skyrim came out. Like, that satisfied people's itch for a while. And then people became more focused on Fallout, because it had been a while since they did a Fallout game. And then after Fallout 4, then the hype moved back over to Elder Scrolls, and it took Bethesda forever to acknowledge that they were even working on another Elder Scrolls. Which is fine. Like, I've seen the interviews with Todd Howard and how he said basically, we have other things we want to work on too. Like with, that's what he did with, that's what they're doing with Starfield, is Starfield is a new IP that they've been wanting to do for, I think, decades at this point. Ooh, 1141. Yeah, let's go with that. You heard a joke conspiracy theory that Bethesda is just one janitor porting Skyrim everywhere to avoid losing their job. Yeah, it's a thing Bethesda's doing basically just so people don't lose interest, or it's a thing that they're doing so that newer generations, let's see, 602, 1060, ooh, 1191. I think fortified carry weight is pretty much, let's see, 1115, yeah, 1191 is more than that. Part of it's so that people don't lose interest. Part of it is to reintroduce it to newer generations. Because, remember, like, we, or, like, at least a lot of us, played Skyrim when it first came out, back in 2011. People have grown up since then, you know? Little kids are now old enough to play Skyrim, and it may not have been on their radar because it's not among the things that they've been following closely. So those re-releases, I think, are part of that tactic too, is they want to continue capturing new audiences. Oh. What's this discussion? Shut up.
Then there's no need to devote any resources to stopping it. Thank you, Amelia. That will be all.
Thank you for that hydrate antiexity. Yeah, it's a way to milk money out of people. Definitely. It's a way to basically put it on every console that's available. they're kind of going in the same direction as EA, where they basically, once they've released the game, they're not done getting people's money out of it. Hello?
I'm all ears.
Are you?
Huh? I knew it.
There you go. The game was being Bethesda'd. Let's just cast O Flesh so I can level that up a little bit. There we go.
They're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire
Where the heck did he go?
in the old fort near Riften. Might consider you look a bit peaky.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. I am sick. I need to fix that. Alright, let's go to the Temple of Mara. So... Anyway... The thing is... Bethesda is now at Microsoft's whim, and Microsoft knows people love Bethesda, because Bethesda will make the next Elder Scrolls, and when that comes out, it's gonna be a big hit. Like, people will flood the market to try and buy that game. And same with whenever they get around to the next Fallout, and same with if Starfield is a big hit. Yeah, I feel that coffee. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Bethesda. Like, they've made games that I absolutely adore. Like this one, Skyrim. I adore Skyrim so much. But... And the fact is, they're still making games. Like, they're still committing resources to, like, Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield. But they're also now dividing up their resources to maintain these other games. Like, well, like Fallout 76, but also Elder Scrolls Blades. Remember, that was a thing they made? Anyone else remember Blades? Do any of you play it? Yeah, I didn't think so. Skyrim is good, but it's like someone gave me a pizza for a month ago, then scammed you into... What do you mean by MLM? The only thing I can think of MLM standing for is man-loving man. Oh, pyramid scheme? Okay. Multi-level... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just too gay. I am too gay to think of it anything but meaning gay. Yeah, I'm talking about the mobile game, Elder Scrolls Blades. Damn, it's still nighttime. Might as well. How's my inventory look? 309. No, I can't let that slide. I need to go to bed. Yes. Bethesda's trying to reach into new markets. I see why they want to, but I don't think it's necessary either. Like, Bethesda has a good enough following as is. They don't need to reach into any other markets. They make tons of money as is.
Show me some coin first.
Let me just have a
Sure
room.
thing. It's yours for a day.
Oh yeah, you're Sam. I'll have your drinking contest at some point. Yeah, I got that coffee mug. I'm a big single player person. For the longest time, like, I didn't really care. Oh, hello, 7 Ghosty.
You in town, eh?
here for the fishing, I guess.
Oh,
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Bethesda in one sentence. Guard sitting on a non-existent bench saying, I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I took an arrow in the knee. It just works. Yeah, so, anyway, here's the thing. I am vaguely interested in the new IP, Starfield. I'm kind of interested in... Why'd my impression sound like a South Park character? I don't know. Why did it? Oh, I have a level up. Thank you for telling me. Top left corner. I probably need more health. Yeah, let's go health. Okay, so what do I need? Maybe enchanting? I'll need enchanting at some point. How's alteration looking? Nothing I really need there. I might need restoration. Alright, well thank you for stopping by, Annie. Yeah, I guess this is what I'll go for. So...
You gonna buy something, or just here for training? Otherwise, move on. Buy some armor and live to tell.
Yeah, like... Yeah. Bethesda, you have a reputation. Just keep it. I get wanting to work on stuff that's new. And that's why I'm willing to give Starfield a chance, is because it's a new IP for Bethesda, and the IPs I associate with Bethesda are The Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and both of those are good IPs. Like, they have done bad games in both of them, but I still want to give it a chance. I want to give Starfield a chance and see where it goes. I want to know, because I want a, if it's anything like Elder Scrolls or Fallout, Starfield is going to be an open world space exploration game. I mean, with like a storyline and stuff. And that sounds really cool. I'm all for an open world space exploration game. But Bethesda's now owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft wants to do what Sony's been doing. Sony has been a bad influence on Microsoft and the rest of the gaming industry. So now everyone wants to do exclusives. And now Bethesda, now that Microsoft has Bethesda by the balls, and not just has them by the balls, they actually own their balls. They now have only like one option to release all their major IPs. And it's because Microsoft wants to squeeze the market away from Sony. Because Sony has been winning over all these people to buy their console because they have all these exclusives, and now Microsoft is like, I want in on that. Never mind the fact that you're a multi-billion-dollar company that is associated with one of the richest men in the entire world. You want more money. So it really is just a scam. the whole exclusivity is a scam. That's why Microsoft wanted Bethesda in the first place, and that's why they will likely never give it up in a million years now that they have it, and they want this company that makes all these games that everyone loves and everyone comes to buy. They're basically going to make it so you have to have Microsoft consoles to play Bethesda games. I'll move on to my next chapter in this discussion after I'm done selling, but I need to focus on what I'm selling so I don't accidentally sell something I don't want to. Let's see.
Just what you see here.
Grelka, oh, actually, before I do that, let me slip on my Amulet of Zenithar. There we go.
You're gonna stare everything I've got.
Now, chat, remind me to take off that Amulet of Zenithar before I go questing again. I also know you're not going to remind me to do that, but I'm just saying that if any of you think to, please do, because I will not remember.
Come back when you're ready to spend more gold.
Oh, I've got a chunk of gold ore for you. That's the reason why you like PC, because on PC you have many places to buy games. Exactly. Remind you of what? Remind me to take off the Amulet of Zenithar.
See for yourself.
Not that it matters. I mean, I didn't really have a necklace that was really affecting my gameplay. So yeah, I want to give Starfield another chance, but in order to give it another chance,
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasure.
alright, honestly, you typing that in chat, Coffee Mug, is probably enough of a reminder for me. Because I don't have a horribly active chat right now, so I should be fine to just glance over, and as long as I don't get a million chat messages before I'm done with my selling, I should be fine to remember what I want to do. Starfield sounds like it'll end up like No Man's Sky. Maybe it will, but No Man's Sky, I heard, got a lot better. Same thing with Fallout 76. Like, I know both of those games had a horrible release, but I've also heard that they've gotten a lot better since that release. Like, a lot of people like No Man's Sky now, and a lot of people like Fallout 76 now that didn't like it before, because major updates came out for both those games, and then old players that kind of wrote them off as dead games came back to them and enjoyed them. I'm not saying that's excusable.
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Like, there isn't a good excuse for why it took them so long to improve their games, but it's a good thing they did eventually. So, I mean, they have that going for them.
Remember, nothing but genuine.
You feel like it got a little too good too late. Yeah. I agree, but still, like, at least they improved at all. They have that going for them. Right, I was going to take off the necklace. So here's another thing, right? I can't access Starfield because honestly, let's take that actually. I think that's going to be more useful than the Amulet of Talos. So I want... Give Wujita healing. Where is Wujita? Is that Vegeta? No. You feel like we need to demand games to be released as good, complete games, or companies will think it's fine to release them. Yeah. I would like a finished game. I would also like a game to not be finished under crunch. I would like game employees to be well treated. And I want a game to be more focused. I don't want another Assassin's Creed Odyssey or Assassin's Creed Valhalla, because those games are too big and too long. I can't finish them. I was eventually able to finish Odyssey after hundreds of hours compared to the previous Assassin's Creed games, which I was able to finish in under 100 hours. So, yeah, I don't like where the gaming industry currently is. Yeah, I get that coffee mug. I get that so much. Like, I enjoyed the Assassin's Creeds back when I could finish a game in under a month. Sure, committed a lot of my time to doing so, but I could still finish it in under a month. Not only finish, 100% it. Because remember, they had like those challenges and stuff. I could do all the challenges after I beat the game and still be under 100 hours. Origins is a different experience. I do like it. I do enjoy those games. I just wish they weren't so long. Because I have a strong feeling that I'm not going to finish Valhalla. Or if I do, it will be years from now. Don't know how you feel about it being an Assassin's Creed game. That's fair. I don't have that much of a problem with it. Because for me, Assassin's Creed games have like basically 2 check marks that they need to fill that I really care about. They need to have 3 check marks. They need to have assassins. They, like, you know, the whole Assassins versus Templars thing. They need to have targets, you know, like a list of targets that you're gonna have to kill before the end of the game, and maybe there will be a secret target that they reveal once you kill the last target. And they need to be historical fiction. And have a historical setting in an open world. If it meets those 3 things, I'm fine with whatever they want to do with their Assassin's Creed game. So I didn't really mind Origins or even Odyssey, really, as an Assassin's Creed game. I guess I can really understand why a lot of people had issues with Odyssey. But, okay, so where's Vegeta? Does anyone know where Vegeta would be? It feels less assassiny. Sure, I get that, but I don't know. Ooh, you have a quest for me. Maybe this one?
A few days ago we were ambushed.
Yeah.
A nuisance really. But many of them are
I feel like I've said I get that a lot. I don't know. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Coffee.
I was just a cow. It's my only memory of home in this cold land.
I understand that feels less assassiny, but it's a...
We believe the bandits are part
I still enjoy the game. it's still a fine
I
experience.
missed my amulet. But a knife cannot be replaced
It's just
as
different.
easily.
It's different. It's also not for everyone.
Road lead you to
Um, let's see. You got speech. Who's the seller here? Is it you? There it is. Okay. Do I have any? I don't think I even have anything more to sell. It's very Assassin's Creed, but not very sneaky with the fights. Have you played, like, Assassin's Creed 1? I recently replayed that one, and I've noticed how much not stealthy. I mean, there is obviously a focus on stealth. Like, because if you get into a fight, the game emphasizes that you have to run away from the fight and hide rather than stand and fight. You didn't play one. I like it. It's not the best Assassin's Creed game, but it's also not the worst, and I recommend you at least give it a try. But I recently did like a full playthrough as an endurance stream before I went on my vacation. Yeah, and also do what Nightbot says and check out my VTubers of the week. Why am I heading in this direction? I want to find Wujita. Where is Wujita? Yeah, I mean, I guess, but the thing is, it hasn't changed that much in that the old Assassin's Creed games and the new Assassin's Creed games both allow for multiple approaches to gameplay. You can absolutely go the whole open combat, kill everyone in the street and there's no one to notice that there is no one to notice. And that's, quote unquote stealth. Or you could actually try an actual stealthy approach, try not to be seen and get around that way. And you can absolutely still do that in the current games. They still allow for you to... They now more emphasize you to build your character in a certain direction. So you won't be as effective in open combat if you haven't invested in open combat. But I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. Maybe you just hate change because you've become the salty boomer. That's valid. I'm kind of an open-minded gamer. I don't mind games going in a different direction. I just don't want games to be too big of a product for me to consume. And that's what Ubisoft is doing. They are making their games too big of a product for me to consume. Their gamer-based focus, their market... Well, their market is gamers, right? Their market is people that play games. And a lot of them don't only play Ubisoft games, right? So, like, you pick up an Assassin's Creed, you also pick up a few other, indie titles, maybe the next Bethesda game or the last Bethesda game or whatever. Maybe you pick up an E3 game. You have time that you can devote to playing all these different games, right? And then Bethesda's basically, not Bethesda, Ubisoft is making their games so long and so big. This might not be for everyone, but it is for me because I have fallen into this every time I play an Assassin's Creed game. I want to 100% it. And for the most recent releases, that means I go to every single location, clear out every single location, and finish all the quests that I come across. You know, that takes too damn long. I didn't have that much of a problem doing it in Origins. It took a while. I had a bit of a problem with how long it took for me to do in Odyssey, and I don't even want to think about how long it's going to take me for me to do in Valhalla. You'll be salty about the 2012 NFS. I'm assuming that means Need for Speed. It's not just a trash Most Wanted, but a trash game in general. Yeah. I haven't been in the racing games. I haven't really been into those much, but I have had that experience with other games. Especially games that I've anticipated, and then I play them, and then it's like, no, it's not worth my time to finish this game that I spent $60 or more on. There is no progression at all. Okay. I want to find this Wujita person. But why? Actually, you know what? You'd probably have a good conversation with one of my friends, IRL. He's a big racing game fan. So he'd probably know a lot more about what you're talking about than I do. Let's see. Yep, I'm opening up Google. I cannot find Wujita. Where the fuck is Wujita? Let's see. Fishery. Glitch on the Xbox. That sounds familiar. Tried breaking into the fishery at different times. No avail. You've never even seen Wujita. You'd think she would be wandering around Riften somewhere. Depending on the side of the Civil War. I have not joined the Civil War yet. Let's see. May depend on how far... No, that's not true, though. That is not true. I've had the same issue. You're on Xbox, so it might be a minor glitch for the system. Couldn't find anyone in the fishery, and the only people on the docks were Maul and From Deepest Fathoms. Yeah, that's my problem. Like, those are the only two people on the docks. Solution, wait until everyone is sleeping and find her in Helga's bunkhouse. You found her sleeping there at approximately 4 a.m. You also heard she frequents the Blackbriar Meadery around 7 in the evening, but was not able to confirm that. You think she is usually outside of Riften. You have to leave the city, then look for her on the docks. This is saying Wujita has a tendency to die due to large amounts of dragons that attack Riften. Okay, maybe I'll just use this console command. Gotta love Skyrim, friends, when the only thing you can do to... Oh, come on. You can't copy and paste console commands? That's stupid. Alright. Fine, let me... I want to write this down somewhere, maybe. Am I going to use this for anything? Probably not. So I'm just going to write down this console command. It's player dot move to. Hope I can read my handwriting. Space 00019 DDF. All right. Feel the niche. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, friend. All right, maybe I shouldn't have closed that out so soon. But anyway, player dot move to space double 19 DDF. Fingers crossed. Hello, friends. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Oh, you were in the fishery. Why does the quest marker not point you to me? Alright, put that away. Here's a potion.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the raid. What were you streaming, friend? What were you doing? There you go. Yeah, we're just talking, we're venting about games. We're venting about game companies and how they suck. You're watching Capcom E3 and playing Guilty Gear Strive. Sweet. Sounds like fun. We were actually just talking about E3. Oh. I guess I still have to... Oh! I still have to talk to her. So, anyway, here's the thing with, excuse me. Here's the thing with...
I'm feeling much better now.
There we go.
I don't think I should say. I mean, they could kill me. Okay, I'll tell you. I get my skooma from Sarthas Idrin. He has some sort of a setup over the Riften warehouse. You can't get inside, though. They've kept that place locked up tight since the war began. I overheard Boley say that only the Jarl carries the key to the warehouse. When I meet Sarthas there, he's usually waiting for me outside with his bodyguard.
Sure. So... I think I was complaining about how long Ubisoft games are getting. Before I really got into all this VTubing stuff, I was on Reddit a lot, so I follow a lot of Reddit things, and I follow a lot of subreddits, and one of them is the Assassin's Creed subreddit. I don't really like that subreddit. It's kind of a toxic community. But I mostly follow it so I can get updates on new games and stuff, because you can't really hear a lot of stuff directly from the company until E3 comes around, you know?
I know you. What can I do for you? Yes, I'm afraid we're aware of Sarthas' presence in the warehouse. Unfortunately, we're certain he has informants within the city guard. Every time we've made a move to arrest him, he's escaped. However, if you take care of this discreetly, you might be able to surprise him without warning. Excellent. Here, this is the key to the warehouse. See if you can drop in on this dealer of poison and convince him to close down his operation permanently.
Oh heck, I forgot about Cyberpunk.
Did we have an appointment?
Have they improved that game at all?
Excuse my disorganization.
I've heard Cyberpunk had so many issues. It was basically an unfinished game when they released it. It's better. So maybe that falls into the same category as Fallout 76 and No Man's Sky. Maybe it falls into that category. You bought it a bit ago and haven't had any major glitches. I think I've also heard that it varies person to person with how glitchy the game is. I know one person that I follow on like YouTube and social media and stuff complained a lot about that game when it came out. Well, like Fallout 76. When did you last play Fallout 76? Let me ask you that. Why am I even sneaking? I don't need to sneak. But yeah, Cyberpunk. You have not played it, but it sounds like a nightmare. Maybe give it a try. Because here's the thing, like someone that I follow and very much trust his judgment. Like, he is a huge Fallout fan. Like, he basically built his entire YouTube channel around Fallout. He basically built his entire channel around Fallout. Like, that's how he grew his following as much as it currently is. He played 76. He even had early access to 76 because he had good standing with Bethesda. He did not like the release to begin with. Like, there were a lot of problems he had with it. It was like too buggy for him. He tried to stay positive about it. Like, you know, he tried to stay as positive as he could, but he did acknowledge that there were a lot of problems with the release and how Bethesda could fix their game. He likes it now. Not to say he doesn't have problems with it, but he's enjoyed the changes that they made recently, and it feels like a completely new game to him. So maybe a lot of what you've heard is... I mean, a lot of what you heard is probably valid, but it might also be outdated. Not all of it, but, like, you know, people will have problems with the game when it first comes out and then not give it a second chance when more updates come. And they'll just keep sitting on that this isn't a good game, you should not play this, you should not buy it. Maybe that's what you might have been hearing a lot about. I can't say for sure, but I also have not played the game myself, so I can't say for sure either if it's gotten better. But yeah, you've heard a lot from the launch and then not much more. Maybe give it a chance. Maybe give it another chance. I've heard it's gotten a lot better. People were trying to make it better by testing glitches and they got banned. Yeah. That's one problem, is it is still a Bethesda game, but it's an online Bethesda game, and because it's online, they, like, limit what people are allowed to do in terms of testing it out and modding it. Like, I think you can still mod 76, but they're... Maybe you can mod 76. Now that I think about it, I'm not actually sure. But either way, it's like... That's the problem with it being an online game, is they're not as supportive of modders as they should be. But yeah, so
What can I do for you? It's nice to receive good news for a change. Did you recover anything else from the warehouse worth mentioning? Then there's no time to lose. It won't take long for Sarthis' associates to learn of his death. The source of the poison must be destroyed once and for all. Otherwise, another dealer will simply take his place. Do this task for me, and you'll be well on your way to a title in Riften. Good. Report back to me when your task is complete.
all right.
Good journey to you.
Did you have some sort of...
Coffee would like a random expression. All right, let me randomize this expression. Pull my die out. There you go. That's the random expression you get. It's the open happy face. Have I made sure to drink enough water? I mean, maybe. I'm taking drinks when I'm thirsty. I will take another drink when we get to this next load zone. But... yeah. Bethesda. No, but seriously. Yeah, here's my thing with the whole... the problem with Ubisoft making their games as long as they currently are is their market for games are people that play games. And people that play games aren't necessarily going to focus 100% on one single franchise or even one single game. They're going to branch out. They have different interests, different things they like, you know. Now, I have heard the Mothman quest. I don't know if they've improved on that one at all, but I have heard, like, some of the cryptids. I mean, you can run into a Mothman in the wild, but, like, you can't really hunt them. At least, I think it was Mothman. It was one of the cryptids had basically, like, a scavenger quest that you could try to follow along with holotapes to find out where the cryptid was. And then it didn't lead anywhere. So I don't know if that's been improved at all. Hopefully it has. But with that said, who are you? Are you bandits? You're probably bandits. So yeah, gamers will have more than one single game that they want to play. And then more games will come out. And they'll play those games. They also have a life outside of gaming, probably. You know, they're either going to be in school or they're going to have a job. And if they're able to afford games, it's probably going to be a full-time job. So why make your game so long? If you're gonna release a new game every... oh, hang on. What am I currently wearing? It's the Amulet of Zenithar. Of course it's the Amulet of Zenithar. The problem with making your game so long and still wanting to release a new game, like, every year or every other year, something along those lines, is no one can finish your game. Or at least no one can 100% your game, which is what I like to do. I did forget to take off the amulet. I remembered to take it off the first time, and then the second time, I totally forgot. Alright, I need more healing now. Has anyone 100% this game? Depends what you mean by 100%. If you mean cleared out every dungeon and completed every single quest that they come across, not including the Radiant repeating quests, then yes. There has definitely been people that have 100% this game. It takes a long ass time to do. But yeah, it's like but ultimately, like, this game is not that terribly long. I mean, it is a long game, don't get me wrong, but, like, if all you care about is the main quest, you could probably finish the game in around 20 hours. If you want to branch out and do more of the side quests, it can take you a couple 100 hours. But at some point, you're probably going to get bored and move on to other stuff. Oh, shit. Damn it. I shouldn't have tried the healing spell. I should have used a shout. So I mean, the problem is, I could, in the past, when I had school to worry about, I could 100% Assassin's Creed games. And now that's become a very nearly impossible task for me to do. I can still do it. I probably can't do it anymore now that I'm a streamer, and I have a lot less free time than I used to. But it's like, that's the thing. It's like, they really, they want people to play their game for as long as possible, spend hundreds of dollars on their game if they want the base game plus all the DLC, which is what I usually do when Ubisoft comes out with new games, is I want to play the DLC too. And so, like, I'll buy the base game plus the season pass. But it's like, I have other games that I also want to play. And now that I'm a streamer, I don't have the time to devote to finishing your game at 100% anyway. Wait, no. Did Fallout 3 have a terrible end? Okay, disclaimer, I've actually never, like, gotten far in Fallout 3. I played it once. Well, not even a playthrough. I left the vault, and then just whatever reason didn't have the time to get back to it. I have heard that the ending was terrible because it required like you said, a useless sacrifice. Like, you had to go into this irradiated room to pull a switch or something, and the radiation amount would be lethal, and there was apparently no one else that could do it, not even the super mutant that is one of your companions who is completely immune to radiation. So yeah, and I've heard what was it? The Broken Steel? I think that's the name of the DLC that basically adds an endgame to the game so that you could keep playing after the game is over, and it's essentially like, well, that sacrifice that maybe your character made, or maybe you had that other person make, whoever that one was. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people talk about it. I have not actually played it, so while I'm still entitled to an opinion, I would probably have... I probably can't say anything that hasn't already been said. But yeah. Anyway, I don't steer the conversation in another direction. Elder Scrolls 6. I've already, like, danced around this topic a little bit during the stream, but I really want to take, like, a deep dive into my feelings and opinions of Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, come on. I can't shout. It just works. I do have the shout equipped, right? Nope, the game's just broken. You've been waiting for Elder Scrolls 6, as have I, for, like, many, many years. I don't know exactly... Basically, like, my patience for Elder Scrolls 6 kind of extended up to 2018, because, you know, I noticed patterns, and I noticed that Bethesda had, you know, Skyrim came out in 2011, Fallout 4 came out 2015, therefore you could reasonably expect maybe a 5-year development window for each of their major IPs. And so Elder Scrolls 6, if that were true, should fall. Oh, look at these colors. The pinks. Oh, love it. You know, one would think Elder Scrolls 6 would come out around maybe 20... What would you say? Like 2018, 2019, something around there, right? Or at least they'd announce it. And they did announce it. Hi, Nura. Hi, thank you for stopping by. You would think with their development window that Elder Scrolls 6 would have been... Oh, come on. That was supposed to block that arrow. Elder Scrolls 6 would at least have been announced by 2018, 2019. And they did. But it was just an announcement of, we're finally getting started on this game. And it's not even really in development, it's in like pre-development. We're going to focus on Starfield, which is in development and has been for... I've heard it's been in development for like 25 years, but I don't think that's like 25 continuous years. I think they've like brought it up and then like they've written down a few ideas and then come back to it over time. But anyway, like Starfield is a game that they wanted to focus on before they went full into Elder Scrolls 6. Which, sure, and I'm gonna give Starfield, well, I would give Starfield a chance if I didn't have an Xbox, or if I did have an Xbox. Oh, come on, the game is broken. Let me fist. Oh, nope, nope. That's that. There you go. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck you. Bethesda. You guys, don't worry. We know how much you guys like the Elder Scrolls, so today we reveal to you that we decided to make a sequel eventually. Pretty much. Yeah, it's like... That game has been anticipated for so very, very long. they could very well make a lot. Okay, what are you? You're a thug. You're probably also a thug. I'm probably gonna die here. If I had to guess, I'm probably gonna die. And some foggy grass. Yep. I want anything, really. Like, I was hyped for that Bethesda E3 because it's like, well, considering their pattern and they didn't have any big releases to talk about last E3 and everyone's highly anticipating this E3, they must have some big announcements at this E3. Oh, Unicorn Life, thank you for the raid. So, yeah, it's sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Nice. Yeah, it's just... Oh! There's a troll! You'll love to see it. That troll actually really helped me. So. Oh, yeah. I haven't really got to this part of the discussion. With the Elder Scrolls 6, falls into the same category as Starfield. It is a major IP produced and being made by Bethesda and all that stuff. Hi, thank you so much for Raid Unicorn Life, and I hope your stream was fun. I hope you had a good stream. You know, major IP by Bethesda. Therefore, because they're owned by Microsoft, it's gonna be an exclusive. Originally, I thought it would be Microsoft exclusive. You know, because Microsoft makes pretty much every PC that everyone uses in the entire world for gaming. You know, just a thought. Just a thought. I mean, maybe they don't make the actual hardware for a lot of stuff. Like, I know Dell and Acer and all those other companies play a big portion in, like, making PCs. But anyone who is a PC gamer, hello, is it Heya? Heya? Hello. Or is it Hayach? I don't buy off Microsoft Store. Hayek. Hayek. Oh, hi. Hello. Yeah, I see the CH and I just assume that's like that it's short for channel. But yeah. Okay, so Hayek. Cool. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Oni Mask TV? I think that's your name. So, I assumed, because I noticed this about a lot of other Xbox exclusives, is there's not that many Xbox exclusives. There's a lot of Microsoft exclusives where you can't play it on Sony consoles or Nintendo consoles, but you can... Oh, thank you, coffee mug. But yeah, you can't play it on those stuff, but you can play it on anything that's Microsoft, which means a PC. If you're a PC gamer, you can play those Microsoft games. That does not seem to be the case for Starfield, and if it's not the case for Starfield, it probably won't be the case for Elder Scrolls 6 either. Microsoft is basically saying, in spite of the fact that we own a significant portion of the PC gaming market, you have to be a console gamer, and you have to have our consoles to play these games that are highly anticipated. It is a huge-ass money grab. It is extremely toxic, and it's not where the gaming community should be going.
My parents live there. I usually make the journey to bring them gifts and to just say hello, but I haven't been well lately. I've written some letters and placed them in a satchel. Perhaps you wouldn't mind delivering it to them on my behalf? You would? Well then, I would insist on rewarding you for your time. Here, take my satchel and give it to my father, Werner. He'll likely have something for you to bring back. I'd better be going.
I hope it's that way, Nura. I hope it's like a temporary exclusive. Yeah, timed exclusive. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I would really like it if it was. And the problem is... Hi, Bohus. The problem is... I also cannot get my hands on a current-gen Xbox. I complained about not being able to acquire a PS5, even though there's some games that Sony made PlayStation exclusive, therefore the only way I can play them is if I had a PlayStation, and I don't have a PS4, and at this point I'm probably not going to buy a PS4 because I would like every next release to be the most, I would like whatever console I spend a bunch of money on to be supported for the next 10 years. That would be the PS5, not the PS4. But, yeah. Just as much as I can't get a PS5, I cannot get a current-gen Xbox. Because those are just as inaccessible. Those are just as sparse in the market as the PS5 is. And so if I ever want to play a Bethesda game, fuck me. Yeah, Bethesda takes a while to make their games. I respect that. I respect game companies wanting to spend a lot of time making their next game. And that's kind of what Bethesda seems to do. Ubisoft is one of those companies that will break up multiple teams and each team will be working on a certain game, but most of their resources will be on whatever the next game in line to come out is. Something along those lines. EA does something similar. They have multiple teams working on different games, and that allows them to release a major title game pretty much every year or every other year, whereas Bethesda has fewer resources and therefore can only really work on one main IP at a time, maybe two, and that's so it'll take longer for them to make a game. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with them spending time on their games, but I don't know. I don't know. Who do I talk about for this?
I hope you haven't arrived here
Is it
looking for
you?
work in the mine. Red Belly Mine. You get used to it after a while. No idea what's causing it though.
Okay, I think... No, that's the B button.
It's full of spiders. That's what's wrong with it. Almost killed Grogmar and me when they showed up. I'm worried that they'll come out of the mine looking for food soon. Then we're in even bigger trouble. Yeah, they're as useless as a fifth wheel on a wagon. Gave me some sort of line about keeping an eye out for enemy soldiers. What's the point in protecting this place if the mine's completely useless? Tell you what, keep to your word, and I'll line your pockets with as much as I can scrape out.
Sounds good.
I don't want to be responsible for sending you to your death.
Distant buzzing. Yeah.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me. Trouble?
Yeah. That's where Valve is, Nura. They pretty much gave up on making games now that they can sell games and be one of the... Well, they temporarily had essentially a monopoly on the entire PC gaming market with Steam. They still have close to that monopoly, but there's a little bit of competition now with Epic Games and like other platforms. But yeah, they got very comfy in their money. Ooh, Garnet. I do like that there's that competition in the market now. Yeah. So... Oh god, I am just demolishing these spiders. Never stood a chance. I'd really like to collect all this iron ore, but I don't have a house yet. I really need a house. Honestly, I don't think I've bought that many games from Epic, if at all. Because I still like all my games to be in one place. Makes it easier for me to know what games I have. If all I have to worry about is the one library. Currently I have 2. I have... Or no, do I have 3? I have Steam, Uplay, and... Is it Origin? I think Origin is EA's thing, but I only have one game on Origin, and that's Jedi Fallen Order. And that's the only reason I got Origin in the first place, was so I could get and play Jedi Fallen Order. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Steam is very diluted now, where basically so many people can upload games there. And it's good. Like, it's not a bad thing that Steam makes it relatively easy for people to make a game and make it so that you can, like, you know, if you're an indie developer, to get that game on Steam and make it so that people can, you know, get money from them. Get money from that. I just think it needs to be handled in a little bit of a better way, because there's not as much quality control as there probably should be Why do I have that dagger? There's not that much quality control, and basically anyone that wants to can just throw up a like an RPG maker game that they spent a week making. And like, people can do good stuff with that. Like, if you spend a short amount of time on just like an RPG maker game, you can make it pretty good. But yeah. But not everyone can. And some people will make a game in a week and not put a week's worth of effort into it, if you get what I'm saying. So yeah. Oh, wolves. Oh, that's a bear. That's a... Whoo! That startled me. Hi, Impish. Welcome back. Oh, fuck. Healing. The healing spell is broken. Excuse you. There we go. You showed up at the perfect time. Ow. Pain. Life is pain. Life is pain. Stop biting me, bear. I need my running away strategy. The running away strategy is what works. Okay, where's this bear? How am I gonna deal with this bear? Do I have oak flesh on? I think I do. Am I safe to save? I'm gonna save. Let's shout at you. Alright, now don't forget my block. Don't forget my shield. I have a shield. It's not perfect, but it does some good work. It's gonna save me, maybe, at some point. Woo! That was painful. That's super painful. Oh, that's too painful. Alright, I need to run. I need to heal. Heal, heal, heal. I need to heal. I need to heal. Potions. Do I have any potions? I had that potion of cure disease that whole time. Yeah, I'll just take like the one potion and maybe a magica potion so I can heal more. Ooh, that's a well-timed healing potion. Ooh, oh, come on, Rock. Come on, Rock, save me. Aha, sucks to be you, bear. You can't get over here. Okay. Well. Did that bear just lose a chunk of health, or was I seeing things? Hey, there you go, Ian. Time for me to head on this rock and roll down that hill. I think I'm confident enough that I can go back in there and start punching this bear in the face again. Ready for round 2? Or I think round 3. This is probably round 3. Nope, no, the bear has Bethesda'd. The bear has decided not to do anything. Bare knuckle fighting. Yeah, Nura. You get it. So, we've been talking a lot about games. So, media. I mentioned this in your Discord server, Ian, and maybe I've mentioned this a few other times elsewhere. there's a lot of shows that I want to watch, and I'll like start watching them, but they're so damn long I can never finish them. On that list are on that list are JoJo. I'm currently partway through JoJo Part 3, and I have not watched a single episode of that in, I think, over a month now. It's not that I don't like JoJo, it's just that I don't really have the time to finish it. It's also why I've never started a lot of shonen anime. Like, I hear One Piece is pretty popular. Never saw it, and I don't really have any intention to start it because I know I'll never be able to finish it. Same goes for, like, you know, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, a lot of those super long shonen anime. I'm maybe halfway through Sailor Moon season. What season is it? It's the season where Jupiter and Neptune are introduced. I can't remember which season that is, but I remember I was halfway through that. Is it S? I think it's S. But yeah, that's another super long one that I never finished. When your partners started and actually managed to catch up with One Piece. One of my cousins, actually, who I visited on my recent vacation, she knows someone who started One Piece and is now all caught up. Like, they binged it or something. It's impressive. But come on. Oh, you lockpick. I'm struggling with this a lot. Ah, oh, damn it. There we go. All right, lockpick number 2. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Nobody tell Locke that I was punching wolves in the face. So. Maybe I could use a little bit more stamina. Alright, what do I use this perk for? Do I save this perk? Maybe I save this perk. Yeah, I need to do more smithing. Maybe I'll save it for smithing. Okay. Drop a save. Well, anyway. I started a... Are you bugged? Nope, you're not bugged. Awesome. I've had a time where this guy's bugged, where, like, his name will not show... Oh! And off goes my head. Need something? He says to my decapitated corpse. So because... Yeah. There's a few shows that I, like, want to catch up on and stuff, and I think JoJo is, like, currently on my list of... I very much want this, like, that's like top of my list for shows that I want to finish. But one show that I just finished recently, and it's not even an anime, was like, I just finished this today. I was afraid it was gonna fall into the same category of, you know, shows that I never get around to finishing because, god damn, because, you know, like, I got to a certain point, then I lost my momentum, and now I don't pick up the show anymore. It's Invincible on not Netflix, on Amazon Prime. That's a good one. I enjoyed it. It's very gory. Like, I have not seen that many shows recently that have a whole lot of gore. That has a lot of gore. So be aware if you do want to watch it. But that said, I enjoyed it. Oh, fuck. I enjoyed Invincible. I like superhero stuff. I am a Marvel fan. And honestly, I think Invincible kind of gives me more like DC vibes than it does Marvel vibes. But yeah, it's very good. I was like on the edge of my seat for a lot of those episodes. Like, I couldn't make myself just put the show down. One night I was actually watching it, and I think I watched like 3 or 4 episodes in a row. I don't binge a lot of shows lately. I don't have a problem with binging shows, it's just I don't have a lot of time to binge shows, but one night I just had a lot of free time, and so I completely binged a lot of Invincible, and anyway, I recommend it. I won't say too much about it, but that show was intense. Also, be sure to check out our VTubers of the week, Sakuto and Haley. So yeah. But I just finished the last episode of that show today, just before the stream. And it was, well, yeah, just like I said, it was intense. It made me... It made me pretty invested, honestly. But, anyway, now that that show's done for me, I can now maybe move on and actually maybe finish JoJo Part 3. This guy is giving me so much trouble. Like, if he gets my health down to half, he can kill me in a single swing. Even though it does not take him one swing to get me down to half, is the thing. Like, yeah, you see that? And now I'm dead. Am I ever gonna get past this guy? We will see. He seems to have a lot of health. I remember reading that this guy is, like, he will be called a bandit or a bouncer sometimes, if the game is feeling like it. He's called a bandit, but he's not actually a bandit. He's a, like, I think an outlaw or thug is where he ranks. So, oh, there he goes. don't know why, but the high has left me and I'm feeling a little bit down. I don't know what it is. Like, I've just, like, in the past couple minutes or so, I just felt, like, melancholy setting in. Is it the streaming high, or is it the fact that I'm usually someone that streams for 3 hours and that's what my endurance, I guess, is the word for it? What that is? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Someone give me something to talk about. I'm tired of talking about games. I'm tired of talking about like, I don't really want to talk about this show all that much. Like, I don't have a lot of stuff to talk about it. It was good. That's all I had to say. It's like a good superhero show that gave me DC vibes. Loki's another show I want to watch. I want to watch Loki. I also want to watch Bad Batch. I was briefly watching that show. That's another show that I just start and never finish. Maybe that's what's making me feeling melancholic, is the talking about all these shows that I start and never finish because I never commit to anything, and I suck ultimately at just anything at all. It's a wonder I even became a VTuber. Like, I have a huge track record of like thinking I want to start something and then never following through on it. Like, seriously, I think being a VTuber is like the only thing I've ever actually committed all the way through to that wasn't just academic. Or like related to a job. You know, like, it's an extracurricular thing that I follow through on. All too often, I'd, like, come up with a story that I want to write down. I wanted to be a writer. But I just never had the energy to commit to writing any of that stuff down. And it's the fact that there's so much time committed to it and so little payoff. Like, you'll dedicate yourself a full ass, like, 3 hours to writing part of a chapter, and then you'll maybe get a page done, if that, and most of it ends up getting deleted. It just, I could never commit to anything. I would have an idea in my head of a story. I feel like that might actually be what some of my VTubing stuff ends up being, is like, because I've mentioned, right, like, I've mentioned quite a few things that I want to do on stream as a VTuber. Probably Neuro, probably. You've been watching Shark Tank instead of any shows you want to watch? I've never watched Shark Tank. That's like the show where people, like, have ideas that they pitch to, like, a board, right? I'm doing great. Yeah, I mean, y'all probably have a better perspective on me than I do. I way too heavily compare myself to how others are doing. And I'm like, I mean, I have a decent following, but like we discussed earlier at the start of the stream, Twitter followers mean jack. Like, there are people that have a much higher ratio of Twitch to Twitter followers, and so many people that have a lot more subs than I do. Whatever it is, y'all like me for some reason, and I can't complain about that. I'm happy with the people I've met. I'm happy with who I know. I love all of you people in chat right here. I love all of you so very much. Having written 100k words last year, you can say it worked for you. That's good, Neuro. And then Ian says they pitch it to a bunch of venture cap. Yeah, that's the show. It's funny from an anti-capitalist perspective. Yeah. If I'm doing poorly, then you're less than zero. Fair. I mean, you're doing great too, Ian. Like, I think you're doing a good job. That's me. That's me, Impish. That is totally me. I don't have time to watch shows because I watch streamers now. Why the fuck did I do that? What did I just do? Yeah, I don't have time to watch any shows. I just watch streamers or do streams. Also, typically my streams go for around 3 hours, if they're like my usual 3 o'clock streams. I feel like this one I want to go for maybe another hour or so. Just because it's been so long since I've streamed, I wanted to scratch this itch. I wanted to get in here, have a heart-to-heart with you guys that are all here, and I really want to do that. Here's the thing, Ian, like, you're right, to be honest. Like, there are a lot of people that I interact with and I'm mutuals with that have been doing this as long or longer than I have, and they have not grown as much as I have, so I really shouldn't be complaining. The problem is, well, it's not a problem, really, but the thing is, part of my reason is, like, I'm really heavily committing to this, partly because it's actually, like, one of my dreams, was to be a content creator of any sort and actually commit to it. It's the first time in my entire life I've ever fully committed to any form of content creation, in spite of the fact of it being one of my long-standing dreams to do that. And I have this gap in my life where I have a lot of free time. A lot of that is thanks to COVID. Yeah, fair. Yeah, a lot of that is thanks to COVID, you know, and the fact that I just got fed up with my last job, so I left it, and I just was, honestly, I wasn't in a hurry to get any further employment, and so I just saw an opening, an opportunity to start streaming, and start building up my platform, you know. The thing is, there's a looming future. I've mentioned this a couple times to some of my friends, but basically, I have something lined up, actual employment, which is good. I'll finally have another income as much as I have a lot of money saved up, this money can't last me forever. I'm gonna have to find another way to make money, and currently streaming is not that for me. Like, some streamers can go... Like, I haven't even got a Twitch payout yet. In spite of the fact that I've been streaming for 2.5 months now, and I've had however many people subscribe to me, and the occasional people donate and, like, donate bits and stuff. But I have not yet had any sort of payout. Yeah, so the thing I want is probably more of a long-term thing for me, really, is like I want to be in a place with Twitch where I can get regular enough payouts that are big enough to where I don't have to worry about any job besides maybe a part-time job. Oh, my dog is complaining that he's not in my room right now. I'll let him in and he'll want to be let right out, so I'm not gonna bother with that. That's more of a long-term goal for me, but I still feel here's kind of the timeline that I want. The timeline that I want is after this other job runs out, because it's only a yearly contract thing, and whether or not I recontract after my first year is totally to be seen. But once I've done that job for a year and started rebuilding my income and stuff, the thing is, I'm just like going all out. I'm spending so much time on Twitter and so much time on Twitch with building my base, because I know that time is gonna run out. Like, the date of when I leave is approaching, and I don't know how much free time I'll have, or even if I'll be able to do streaming at all. And that could be for like a year. And at first that wasn't a big deal, but now it's kind of... I'm kind of scared. I am a little bit scared because I just spent 10 days without streaming, and I just barely was able to handle it because I just miss doing this so much. And who's to say how much free time I'll have in that next job? And I've heard people that currently have that job who I get mixed messages. Some people say they have a lot of free time, some people say they have like no free time, and I don't want this to go away at all. Like, this is something I love doing, and I want this to be something that I can actually afford to do exclusively, or almost exclusively. So here's kind of what I'm hoping for in the long run, is once I've finished that job, I want to be in a place where I can move away from where I currently live, because I currently live with my parents, and while it's a decent setup and I am happy I don't have to pay room and board to live here, I don't want this to be a long-term thing. I want to be able to live wherever, like on my own, essentially. I want more space. really. I do not currently have the room for a second monitor. I don't even have a desk. And so I want to have, first of all, I want to have had the money saved up to do whatever I want. Maybe I'll go to grad school or not. We'll see about that too, because we talked about that. Ian, you and I in our DMs, I've talked about, like, that was one thing that I maybe thought about doing, but I never... Yeah. I don't expect that from you, Ian, by the way. Honestly, you just being my friend in this community is enough. But it's like... And also, I know that you're not as well off as I am, so I absolutely do not expect any support you give me is more than enough. But yeah, you know, it's just like, that's a good way. That's a good way to put it. But here's the thing. I want to live someplace, but how reasonable is it? I don't think it's that reasonable to hope that I could do this job for a full year, save up all my money doing that job, and then be able to afford my own living space. Here's the thought. Let's assume that I don't do grad school. Okay, let's assume that I don't do that. It's something I decide is not for me. Currently in my bank, I have over $20,000. That's a fact. I have over $20,000 in my bank. A lot of that is saved up from my previous job that I worked for 5 years, and then I worked full-time that job for 1 year, or even just like a year and a half. And the fact that I don't have any student loans and that I don't have to pay room and board where I currently live really helps. But thinking the long term, how much... Okay, I forget how much I can actually make from the job that I currently have in line. But, yeah, I forget what the salary is on that. Oh, thank you, Sebi, for the follow. I forget what that income is. I know it doesn't translate to a whole lot because it also... I'm expected to pay my own housing. It's a job in Japan, by the way. I'm expected to pay my own living there, and it's also a possibility I'll need to rent a car while I'm there. So they will be like... I will still make a positive income off that job. I just don't know exactly how much of that is. But let's say I save up $5,000. I don't know if that's accurate. Let's say I save up $5,000. I'm up to $25,000. Assuming I don't go below 20,000 when I go over there, because I will also have to sustain myself until I get my first monthly check. 25,000. Then let's say I move to my own place. How long will that 25,000 last me when I am now having to pay room and board, and I'm trying to build up my current base as a streamer to the point where I can get relatively regular Twitch payouts and therefore sustain myself through that and eventually not have to have a part-time job. That's what I want. I don't know how reasonable that is, but that's what I want. So, I don't know. I'm not going to give up on this dream. That is an absolute thing. Like, even if I have to go without streaming, I will absolutely follow through on this dream because I've given up on way too many of my dreams in the past, and this is not a dream that I'm going to give up on at any point. At least not in the near future. So... But, yeah, here... The thing is, right... I want to build up my base currently as fast as I possibly can because I'm kind of in that panic mode of that date is approaching, and I want as much wiggle room as I can to have a base already built up. I know I'm going to lose some of my base when I stop streaming. I don't even know if it will be me stopping streaming entirely, but I will lose some of this base at some point. When I, like, start going under, you know, maybe people unfollow me, maybe it stopped becoming popular, who knows. But I at least want to try to get that following built up to where it will be relatively little work. Not little work, but I want to put a lot of effort in now so that I don't have to climb all the way back up from square one when I get back to it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. And that's why I'm basically putting as much effort as I can into this right now. So, yeah. Yes, I do have a taste for it, and this bandit is a very good allegory for what I'm talking about. It's walking up that hill. It is walking up that hill, and you'll eventually make that peak at some point, but it's still an uphill battle. Just keep on fighting that bandit. Yep. I'm not gonna give up. Also, here's the thing. Let's talk about video games again. Let's stop talking about my sad, like, feeling like I will eventually, like, I won't really have the time to devote to doing this thing that I love. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that, okay, well, I guess this still is technically partly relative because, something that's still vaguely related is, you know, we were talking about my inability to commit to things, right? We were talking about that. And there's a lot of games, a lot of things I want to do as a streamer. And one of them is I want to give Souls-likes a chance. Like, and not just any Souls-like, I mean From Software stuff. Once upon a time, I played Dark Souls. Get tucked in bed. I'm going to tell you all a bedtime story here. Once upon a time, Haru was in, I think, high school. I think it was high school. And this cool game that all these people talk about, Dark Souls. All these people love this game so much. and I happen to have it. Well, maybe I got it at some point. I don't know. And I was really big into YouTubers at that time. I still was basically right before I became a VTuber. And one YouTuber that I followed at the time was really into Dark Souls, so he did an entire playthrough of that game. And so I watched him play it, and I'm like, I could play this game. I did not have a good time. I did not enjoy myself. It was a very stressful experience for me to try and play that game. And I think I got to... You know how in Dark Souls 1 where you have to like ring the 2 bells or whatever at the very beginning of the game? I think I got to the first bell and then stopped. And never went back. And didn't want to go back. I didn't enjoy it. And now we have, you know, all my friends now, well, not all my friends, but a lot of my friends, Emery is one of them, Kara's another, Locke is even one, who's very much into Dark Souls, or like, at least Locke was trying it out and seems to be enjoying themselves. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Ian. I'm not all about the difficulty, but Emery made a point in one of Locke's Dark Souls streams where Emery was hanging out that Dark Souls is a game that's really good, but the fact is the community is so toxic about it because they really enjoy the difficulty of it. And they think that's the main point of the game. And I think Emery has made some points... What the fuck even happened there? He was not swinging his axe and I just died. M made some good points about how... Well, essentially, he convinced me to try to give it another go. He convinced me that I should be... They convinced me that I am maybe too harsh on the game. And I've kind of convinced myself that maybe I could give it another try. Because I have matured as a gamer since then. My buff is expiring, which seems to mean he can just kill me instantly. Maybe that's it. You remember you used to play Bloodborne and watch MLP at the same time, but howdy, was the community not down for that? I wasn't very familiar with the Bloodborne community, but I mean, come on. What's there not to like about My Little Pony? It's good stuff. I love that show. Also, quick tangent here. Just like a question, I'm throwing it out there. How many VTubers were previously into My Little Pony? Just throwing that question out there, because I noticed a number. Rarity is best pony. Yes. She's at least the best in the main 6. She's the best in the main 6. But I don't think she's best pony. I think among the ponies, Starlight Glimmer. She was my favorite. That said, I think I simped more for Sunset Shimmer than I did Starlight Glimmer. But I don't really count her as a pony because she didn't really spend much time as one. Zikora's best pony. That's a perspective. I wish she had basically anything in the last couple seasons. I wish she had basically anything. They did not really touch much on zebras. Zikora was kind of a forgotten gem. You were into Steven Universe? Yeah. I watched that show too. That was a good one. I not watched season 5 of that show because I was binging it on... I didn't watch that show when it first came out, but I was binging it on Hulu when the pandemic started because I had a lot of free time. And season 5 was not out. And then I don't think it ever did end up on Hulu, so I don't think I've ever finished it. Yeah. It's kind of a slow start, but I liked the later... I really liked the show when... Who was it? What's her name? Is it Sapphire? The blue one. Lapis. I really liked the show when she showed up. I'm just a sucker for new main cast characters being thrown into the show seasons after the show began. That's why I really like Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus. That's why I like Starlight Glimmer, and that's why I like Lapis, because they're characters that weren't actually part of the main cast when the show started, but they were thrown in there and they made the show better. But anyway, I was just kind of throwing that question out there. I didn't want to get too much into My Little Pony and adjacent fandoms. But back to Dark Souls and back to the whole... Since I've had a bad experience with... Yeah, I agree with that, Nura. Since my first bad experience with Dark Souls and never wanting to play the game again, I have played another From Software game, Neo. Have any of you played or heard of Neo? I think that's From Software, right? It's at least From Software adjacent. The first Neo, I actually got further into that game than I did with Dark Souls. I think I got to maybe the third or fourth boss. Yeah, it's Neo, but it's spelled Nioh. I think I got to like the maybe fourth boss of that game before I gave up. I did eventually give up, and similar to Dark Souls, I was basically like, oh, I just don't have the patience to fight this boss. It's just too frustrating. So I never got further in that game. And again, it was a stressful game. Like, I had the same experience years after playing Dark Souls and not wanting to get back into that as I did with Neo. I tried to commit to finishing it, but ultimately it's just a very stressful game, and I had to put it down many, many times because it just infuriated me. So that's... Emery brought up something that's very relevant, and that is patience. I think they make a very good point that in order to in order to get through any of those From Software games, you need patience. Same, Ian. I do not have any patience either. But clearly, you're seeing me pull a Sisyphus here. I am pushing this boulder up that hill, and I'm never making it to the top with this one bandit, but I'm still going. I've not given up yet. So, there's that. There's also the fact that I think I've gotten, at the very least, I've started playing more games that have been influenced by the Souls-like genre in terms of gameplay and combat. And if I'd been there for the first half of the Pokemon stream, I'd have seen you just ramming your head into the Elite Four over and over instead of training. Fair. Yes. I've played more games that have been influenced by the Souls-like genre, I guess you could call it. And it's not because it's not because I've become interested in, oh, General Kenobi. Hello, Acid Knight Fury. It's not that I've become more interested in Souls-like games, it's that games that I'm interested in have become interested in the Souls-like genre. So, I will argue Assassin's Creed is going in the direction, at the very least in terms of combat. The combat is a lot slower and heavier and a lot more tactical than it's ever been. And a lot of that is probably thanks to Souls-like games. And the fact that I've played Origins, Odyssey, and however far I got into Valhalla on hard difficulty, a lot of the ways I've struggled with bosses in that game and have gotten frustrated reminded me of how I felt when playing Dark Souls games. Or like Dark Souls and Neo. That frustration was very familiar to me. Even so, I have gotten through Assassin's Creed Odyssey on hard mode, and I have gotten however far I got through Valhalla on hard mode without feeling like I need to lower the difficulty. And my reason for stopping that game wasn't because I got tired of the combat. It was because I lost my patience for how fucking long that game is, and there's no reason it should be as long as it is. But yeah, patience is an important thing, and Emery might call me out on this by comparing the current Assassin's Creeds to Dark Souls, but I do think there's some amount of influence there that made the current combat system for Assassin's Creed games that took inspiration from Souls-likes. I do think that's the case. It might not be as fleshed out as Souls-likes. That might be very true, but there is the inspiration there, and a lot of the bosses I've fought in those games, especially Odyssey, very much felt like Dark Souls enemies. And I was able to work my way through beating all of them. Eventually. I did get frustrated at times. I did basically throw the game down and say, oh, fuck you, I missed that shout entirely. I did basically throw the controller, slam my laptop shut and want to walk away from the game for a little while. But I eventually came back. I eventually finished all those bosses. And I think that's kind of what it would be like for me playing Dark Souls. At least in terms of the combat and the frustration of not being able to beat bosses, is me wanting to eventually finish and eventually commit to finishing that. So, and then I also want to bring up another Souls-like. I will argue completely that this is, if not Souls-like, it's Souls-like adjacent. Yeah, you know, the combat is very different than what it was in Black Flag. In Black Flag, you could basically counter every single attack and one-shot enemies and chain kill them. No, you can't do that anymore. The combat has been slowed down massively, and it's a very different game. But Black Flag is also very fun. So, I've had this conversation with M. M seems to think that Jedi Fallen Order is not a Souls-like. I would argue that it is. Maybe I'm just naive and I am not a big fan of the Souls-like franchise, so therefore the existence of a game that to my inexperienced mind seems very similar compared to their overexperienced mind, who's a big fan of the franchise, or the genre, I guess you could say, not really necessarily the franchise. But I argue that Jedi Fallen Order is, if not a Souls-like, it's Souls-like adjacent. Because the combat is very similar. There's a bunch of bosses, a bunch of mini-bosses. You have this stuff that you collect as you play the game, you know, kind of level up points, that when you die, you drop them where you died, and you have to go back and collect them. You have resting points that act as save points. You can't just save anywhere in the game. There might be an exit save, but you can't just save wherever you want like you can in Skyrim. You have to get to that checkpoint. You have to manage like stamina and stuff. And the thing is, also, the thing I loved about that game is it had a fucking difficulty slider. It let me play the game on easy mode because I just wanted to play through the story and experience the game and have fun. I did not want to be stressed out. And there were still stressful moments. There were still bosses I struggled to beat in that game. But I was able to have a better time of it because they allowed you to adjust your difficulty to how you want it to. I agree with M's points that, like, you know, difficulty, it's hard to make difficulty right in a game because a lot of difficulty sliders will just be, well, will make the enemies less tough and you'll hit a lot harder. I agree it's kind of hard to manage that, you know, make difficulty the way it should be. Oh fuck. I was so close to that. I like the fact that the game lets you finish, it lets you play through the game at whatever difficulty you want. If you want an experience that lets you just enjoy the story and the gameplay and explore the world without having to be too stressed out about basic enemies being too much of a challenge for you, you can play it on easy mode. It lets you. And I think a lot more games should do that. Assassin's Creed does that. Remember the original Assassin's Creeds did not have difficulty sliders? Not that the games were that difficult to complete, but they didn't have difficulty? Now they do. The current Assassin's Creed games have difficulty. But the thing is with that nerd, it's like you're basically just saying that's not a difficulty slider though. That's just being familiar with the game. So anyway, yeah. I wish they had those options. The fact is, they don't. But I still want to give them another chance at the very least, because I have, since those days of, you know, giving up way too soon on Dark Souls and giving up way too soon on Neo, since those days I've played through games that have taken heavy inspiration from Souls-like genres, and I have since completed multiple games that fit into that category. And I've also matured as a gamer. I've played Skyrim on legendary difficulty and continuously uphill fought a boss until that boss eventually succumbed and I was able to complete it. So at the very least, I feel like I owe the franchise another shot. I'm gonna give it a try. And you know what makes me think I can give it another try? Is this bandit. This bandit is basically giving me the confidence that I think I have the patience for it. Maybe I'm selling myself too short by saying I am not a very patient gamer. Let's say at times I'm not a very patient gamer, because right now I'm just learning this fight. You know, I'm learning this basic bandits attack patterns. I'm determining, you know, I'm getting better at this fight. You're seeing me better time my blocks. You are seeing me, you know, use my footwork to try and move around. I'm actually trying to heal partway through the boss battle because I'm finding some openings. I'm better timing my shouts to, like, try to stagger this guy so I can get a few good hits in. And overall, you're seeing his health get lower and lower with each go. So I think if I can take Dark Souls enemies and Dark Souls bosses with the same mentality that I'm taking this basic bandit, and this isn't even legendary difficulty, this is like master difficulty, I think. The fact that I have the patience to take on this bandit speaks a lot. The aesthetic doesn't click with you. I don't know, like, I kind of like it. I kind of like the... like I like the aesthetic of Dark Souls. I think one problem I kind of have with the game is there's like this is a world building problem I do have with the Dark Souls stuff, and probably what adds to the stress of the games to me was there's not that many hubs. And by hub, I mean basically places where NPCs exist and you know that you're completely safe from enemies. And maybe that's not true. Maybe I just haven't gotten far enough into the games or whatever, or forgot of their existence by watching other gamers play the games. But I feel like I'm always on edge in that game because even in areas where I see NPCs, I always feel like there's probably an enemy right around the corner that's gonna absolutely kill me. And oh shit. Skyrim is different because there's a lot of hubs. There's a lot of towns around that you can visit and basically, you know, kick your feet back, know that there aren't going to be random encounters that are going to try to kill you. Well, not all the time. Sometimes you'll get murdered by a master vampire that wanders his way into Whiterun. But you get what I'm saying? Like, there's... that adds to the stress of Dark Souls, I feel like, is the existence of, well, the non-existence of hubs, where I can basically kick my feet back like they do exist. That's what the bonfires are, right? Is the bonfires are checkpoints where you can sit down, take a breather, know you're not gonna get slaughtered 90% of the time, and you can relax. But I also don't think they're reliable. Like, there are times where you can go absolutely, like, a long time in the game without getting any sort of a checkpoint, and the game just relies on you to just get further and further until you eventually do get to that checkpoint. But it's also entirely up to you whether or not you know where that checkpoint is. But I think NPCs at least flesh out areas and make me feel comfortable in them. Because Dark Souls, not only is it a brutal game, it's a brutal world. Like, basically no one is there to help you. Everyone is suffering just as much as you are. Like, the NPCs are too. What few NPCs there are. And essentially, what the game is telling you is this world, not just the things in the world is out to get you. So, even when you get to those brief moments of a breather with, you know, bonfires and stuff, even in those brief moments, you're not entirely 100% safe. There's always that who knows what around the corner just waiting for you. Also, some other things I'm not a huge fan of, like the Souls-likes, is the fact that they... And this might just be a me thing. I don't think it's necessarily a problem with the genre overall. It's just a problem I have with the genre. Is the fact that you can't really save your progress. Or if you do, the game resets all your progress. You know? Like, those bonfires as checkpoints, you can't reliably use them as actual checkpoints. You have to, because, like, I think it saves your progress, right? If you stop at a bonfire but you don't, like, actually rest there, like, it'll save your progress, so if you die you'll go back there, but the enemies don't respawn, but you don't get your Estus flasks back and stuff like that, which is something that I very much would be relying on. That's what's stressful to me. I think that's what's stressful to me, is the fact that I can't just have killed a bunch of enemies and save my progress without them respawning. And then when you do die, I know vaguely in general you're not supposed to care about souls, but I still feel like I should, because that is my XP and gold that I just lost, and it's just sitting there. And I just feel compelled, like I need to collect them back. It's like losing your stuff in Minecraft. Like, you die. It's not exactly the same. You still have your equipment and stuff, which is different from Minecraft. Like, in Minecraft you have a lot more reason to go back to the spot where you just died. But the game's basically telling you all that progress you worked for is gone. Conceptually speaking, I know it's supposed to be kind of the same idea as when in, like, use Skyrim as an example. When you... Basically, the time you spend between having saved and having died, all that progress is gone. So you're supposed to feel the same way in Dark Souls. Like, those souls that you lost are basically the progress that you would have made since your last save point in Skyrim before you died. The difference is, in Skyrim, I can control when that last save point is. If I become diligent enough, and I come to an extremely difficult enemy, like this one that I'm having a lot of trouble with, I can still, you know, take my time. I can be the one in control of of how much preparation time I had to fight this next enemy. Dark Souls doesn't let you be in control of that. It's... The game itself tells you when you're allowed to rest. And because of that, even basic enemies I fear fighting, because... Well, what if this one enemy does a little bit too much damage to me? And so I have to use a healing item, like an Estus flask. And... like, even sometimes you'll... Like, even not basic enemies, like tough enemies, there will not be a save point right after you fight them. The game will be like, okay, keep going. You made it that far, keep going. Keep pushing through. You fought this one tough enemy and it's not even a boss. You're not there yet. You still have not earned that save. You still don't have control over when you save. You have not earned that save. You have to keep going. And so what it basically means is, okay, so now I have to get through all these basic enemies. And now I have to get through this tough enemy. And even then, I have to get through probably even more tough enemies before I'm even allowed to rest. It's frustrating for me. Yeah, Dark Souls is a lot about learning the fights. But yeah, I don't know. That's just what it was with Dark Souls that I didn't like. Because here, remember that Colossus earlier in the stream? I don't know if you were here for that, Neuro. You might not have been. Earlier in the stream, there was that Colossus. I didn't really struggle with the Colossus, but that was just because the Colossus bugged out, and I was able to just kill it without it attacking me at all. But I was allowed to save. The game let me determine for myself where I want to be as a checkpoint. I'm not a huge fan of having to walk through everything that I just went through just because this one enemy was too much for me to handle. It becomes busy work. It becomes stressful. What the fuck just fell? Something just fell. What was that? I'm not sure what that was, but it wasn't necessary, whatever it was. I may just be ranting about simpleton things, and I might be contradicting myself a lot. Like, I might be saying things that a big Dark Souls fanatic would be like, oh ho ho, well, it is stupid that you have a problem with that, because that's the entire point of the game. Emery would probably be saying that. Let's be honest. But I have healing potions, don't I? I should use those. Like, Dark Souls fanatics will probably call me out on a lot of the stuff that I'm saying, and basically be like, oh, well, what you're saying is the entire reason that you don't like Dark Souls is because it's Dark Souls. And that might be the case. That might be why I could never get through Dark Souls. I still want to give it a chance again. I want to give it one more try. And if I end up in the same position I was with Neo and Dark Souls that first playthrough, well, that first attempt at a playthrough, I think after that I am perfectly entitled to all my problems with the game, and I can, at the very least, complain with a much more fresh look at the game. As it is, a lot of my complaints are based off of a bad experience from... how long ago was it? What year did Dark Souls come out? I want to say the year that I played the game was maybe 2013? But basically, yeah. I'm running in circles with this monologue here, but essentially I just think I owe Dark Souls another chance because my taste in games has changed a little bit. My experience with games has changed a little bit. Alright, Ian. Have a good meal, and... yeah, I... thank you so much for just being here, and... I know you didn't redeem it at all during the stream, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. I love you so much, friend. Like... I'm really happy that you're here. So there you go, you get a freebie. You don't have to spend 3,000 channel points. Well, you can clip it on mobile too, right? I've clipped on mobile. But yeah, have a good meal, friend. Bye-bye. Okay. Well, chat, you want to know one positive thing? I had some food stuck in my teeth. And after spending the last, what, hour and a half picking at it with my tongue, I finally got it loose. Hell yeah. That's an achievement. Oh my god. It's so hard to tell whether you're still gonna get hit with the attack when you're in slow-mo. Like, sometimes you have the time to get out of range, and sometimes you don't. I also hate how fast he can swing his axe. Like, the axe doesn't... the axe is supposed to be relatively slow as a weapon, but he can follow up attacks pretty easily. And basically, like what he did just there, he can just do a flurry of attacks with the axe that give me basically no openings to put in any attacks myself, and all I'm doing there is sitting there blocking the damage that still goes to my health bar. Should I even be using power attacks? I feel like they're too slow. I feel like I can maybe do more damage to this guy without relying at all on power attacks. Like if I just spam regular attacks. If nothing else, they consume my stamina bar, and that's something that I need to block. I was also planning on ending this stream 13 minutes ago. But this boss is here, boss. It's just a basic enemy. Why am I talking about it like a boss? Thank you for the follow, Giozaki? Geozaki? Do I have puff pots? What does that mean, Nura? Is it buff pots? I'm still not sure what you mean.
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
Oh, that was good. I was afraid I couldn't get my shield up in time for that attack. Oh, POT stands for potions. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at acronyms or, like, short talk. Physics! Yeah, I actually do. That could be useful. I, like, never use them. Let's see. Yeah, I've got, like, a draft of health. I'll give it a go. The problem is I have to defeat this enemy before that potion wears out. But, yep. I do have one. They're just a thing that I never use in Skyrim. Like, they exist. For me, what a fortify health potion is money. That's all I do with them. I just sell them, eventually. But, yeah. Like, I've had people in my chat tell me, oh, use those potions. It's just like, I have thousands of hours in this game, and I've never used potions. Fuck you. Yeah. I don't even exploit alchemy. Like, I've made attempts at playing a character that does anything in alchemy at all, but alchemy is just so slow to level up in this game. It's insane. So I just don't have the patience to work on alchemy at all, even if it's a character that focuses on it. Yeah, no, this is 60 seconds. But we'll see. Where are the 300-second potions? Those are like the fortify strength ones, right? Those are the ones that increase your carrying capacity. Those last for a long time because it would be annoying if you had to spam those every minute. I think they last like 5 minutes apiece. But this game, I guess, expects combat to last a minute or less, because that's about how long a lot of potions last, if they have a temporary buff or something. Now, there's definitely different strategies that I could use here. I could just try to take this guy, basically run him downstairs where everyone else is, cheese myself on the scenery, and do stuff like that. But at this point, I have dedicated so much time to trying to fight this guy. I'm so stubborn, I just want to beat him the old-fashioned way, the one-on-one. Ooh, so close. Okay, healing potions. It's time for healing potions. Yeah, let's down it. Regen potion too. Why not? But no, I need the healing. Just all the healing. Give it all to me. Oh, here they all come. Hello. Alright, let's run around and heal ourselves a little bit. Now that I've disrupted that. No, dog! Oh, fuck, I hate how the dogs do that. It's easy to squeeze past humans, but dogs block up doorways. Alright, I think I had the right idea there. What if I did... Fortify health. And this regen potion. Alright. Let's try that. I'm not sure how good the regen potions are mid-combat, because... yeah, like, see how slowly my health is coming back now, even though I've taken that regen potion? I don't know how worth it is to take them. I couldn't even finish my shout. Should I even be going for Ro? Should I just be stopping on Foos? Maybe I should be stopping on Foos. Because I don't think the stagger... I don't think the stagger from Ro is that much different from Foos. And it saves me a lot of time to just do Foos. Yeah, like that. Also, I think I have an Amulet of Mara on right now, right? That's only really that useful for healing. And I'm not doing a lot of healing mid-combat here. I mean, I am a little bit, but all it does is reduce the cost, and cost isn't an issue to me. I don't even have that on. I have the Amulet of Zenithar. So yeah, let's equip Talos. If nothing else, that's going to give me faster regen for my shouts, and so I can keep staggering this guy with Foos. Oh, that was... I don't want to talk too soon. But I think I've got this guy's number. Come on, come on. Yes! He's down! He's down! Yes! He's dead! Save now. Drop that save. That's something you can't do in Dark Souls. Once you beat a tough, basic enemy, not even a boss, you can't drop a save. If this were Dark Souls, I would have to go through that every single time I died to an enemy further in this dungeon. But Skyrim's good. It gives me control. I like having control. Now, all the rest of you, let me murder you. You guys are going to be a lot easier to take on than that guy. I'll need to highlight this. It's too long to clip. I mean, maybe. I don't have... If I have the patience to look through this video, this VOD, after the stream, and the ability to not cringe too much at my own voice, I will maybe do that. And what that means is I probably won't do that. Because I cringe too hard at my own voice. Oh, I beat him around 420. That is correct. What do you say, Impish? You've been spending the last few minutes trying to find a Smite persona for people in the Discord, and it has been difficult with some. Come on, barkeep. And down you go. There you go. Awesome. Healing. Okay. Yeah, I have not played Smite at all. Now, here's the thing. I spent so long on that one enemy. It's just a basic enemy. I mean, he's a higher level than his name suggests, and that's because the game is like Bethesda. Because that guy's not a basic bandit at all. He's like a... I want to say he's classed as like a plunderer or something like that, which is a few levels higher than I'm currently at, 19. He's usually supposed to be named a bouncer, but the game doesn't always remember that because Bethesda made this game. I need some candlelight. But with that said, there is an actual boss of this area, and we have not got to him yet. And if I remember, he wears some pretty heavy armor. So... hopefully I can cheese him on the scenery a little bit. Just want to make sure I've looted everything of worth in this area. I think I have. Okay. Take a breather. Finish off whatever's left of this tea. And time to fight the actual boss of this area. And I think once I've cleared this area, I will end the stream. But it's good to have a longer than usual stream for two reasons. Number one, Skyrim is a very long game, and if I limit myself to just a few 3-hour streams every here and there, like about once a week, I'm basically never going to get through this game, at least for a few years. So that's one reason why it's good that I'm doing this. Another reason I'm doing this is just because I spent so fucking long without streaming, and I missed you guys. I miss talking to y'all. I miss streaming so much. So I'm basically milking this for as much as I possibly can. You had to watch me fight bandits to Pokemon music. That's pretty poggers. Oh, I also missed that this guy actually has a name. Butch. Now, I can't remember. Are the wolves allied to him? I'm gonna play on the hope that they're not and release them, because they might be able to help. If it turns out they are, and... oh, hello, Haru! How are you doing, friend? Do you remember if these wolves are allied to Butch? Well, it doesn't matter, because I walked on that trap and died instantly. It sounds like they're not, though. totally haven't been watching videos about radiation at 1:30 a.m. I've had those days. Alright, come on. So I think, yeah, the wolves are not allied to him, so I will open these cages to release them. Run away. Come on, stamina. Well, they're aggroed to him now anyway. Oh, here he comes, here he comes. Well, maybe they are allied to him. It's still the 14th for me, so it's your birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me. It's happy birthday, Haru. That wolf is having a time. Happy birthday. I hope you had a good one. I hope you had a good birthday. I saw you were streaming earlier, weren't you? I'm sorry I missed that. If I knew it was your birthday, I would have made more of an effort to say hello. Come on. Oh, no, 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 I'm stuck on the scenery. I'm stuck. I need to run. I need to run. I need to run.
Need something?
So, anyway, happy birthday. Glad it sounds like you had a good one. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can... Oh, you got drunk with your mama? That's cool. I wish I could stream with my mama. There's, like, multiple complications with that. I mean, maybe I'm just assuming there's multiple complications with that. But, like... Number one, we live in vastly different time zones. She's like all the way on the other side of the world. Number two, I haven't really talked that much to her. I think we kind of live in different circles. Number three, she's a bit bigger than I am. So, and quite a bit bigger actually. So yeah. She invited a friend to the voice chat who's on a trip right now, which meant the world that she meant it. Which meant the world that she meant it the world. And your mama is from the UK, you're from... Oh, your mama is from Canada, you're from the UK. I didn't know that about you. I did know that about you being from the UK, but yeah. Okay, is this... Oh, it meant to the world that... Okay, okay. That's reasonable. Yeah, is that... Is this pit wolf... Oh. I think the pit wolf is being killed by the scenery? That seems like it. Alright. I am indeed running mods. Not that many. I think I've talked about this before when you came into my stream. But I usually do this whenever I do a Skyrim stream at all, so I will run through them once again because I haven't actually yet. I've got the unofficial patch, which actually I was like checking for mod updates before the stream, and I saw there was an update for this one. So... But I didn't want to download it because the stream was in like literally 2 minutes, so I was just like, ah, fuck it. I've got Climates of Tamriel. It's got like a lighting mod that I don't actually have enabled, and a weather mod. Pure Waters is supposed to make water look better, but I don't think it does. AI Overhaul makes AI run away when there is a dragon attack, and it also means that they have actual daily schedules where they'll like wander out of town and stuff and do things. Cutting Room Floor adds a bunch of cut content that Bethesda developed but never put into the actual game. Fantasy soundtrack is what you're listening to right now, because this is not the actual combat music in Skyrim. This is added with the mod, because once you've played thousands of hours of this game, the music kind of gets boring. I think this is a decent place to save. This might be a little bit more cheesy. You weren't here for this, Haru, but I was complaining about, I was kind of going on a little rant about Dark Souls. I'm not a huge fan of that game. I don't know if you are, so you might want to, if you have sensitive opinions about that, this might not be the place for you. But, essentially, I was saying how, like, Dark Souls is dumb, that it doesn't let me save my progress between fights and stuff. I was basically complaining about how this basic bandit I spent actually like an hour fighting, and if this were Dark Souls, I would have to go through that fight over and over and over again every time I died to this boss. But because this isn't Dark Souls, I don't have to succumb to that. Basically, I have a lot of issues with the Dark Souls franchise, but I do want to go back to maybe give it another go at some point. So, with that said, true, this is Skyrim's balance. This is Skyrim on Master Difficulty, where enemies have, like, I think it's 50% more health or 150% more health, and you do like 50% less damage or something like that. I don't know the actual numbers, but it's dumb. Basically, the difficulty in this game is just make enemies tankier. Alright, let's focus on this guy. We've got him to half health now. Oh, that hammer. The good thing about the hammer is it's slower than the axe that the first guy was swinging at me a lot. Oh, fuck, I missed. I missed! I still have potions. Run! That would be a perfectly good time to cast healing, wouldn't it? Alright. Come into this arena if you dare. Alright, it's time to switch out. It's time to switch out. I need to recast Oak Flesh. I don't have time for that. I need to... Whew! Wow! Alright, good night, Haru. Thank you for stopping by. And again, happy birthday. Oh yeah, I forgot I dropped a save midway through the fight. Like a dumbass. Not a dumbass, like a confident person. Alright, it's time to recast Oak Flesh. Probably way overdue. Alright, Butcher? It's Butcher. You hit 69 deaths on your death counter today. Nice. That's very poggers. Oh, that's slow time. That slow time saves lives. I'm telling you. Like... And then he one-shots me. It's not I mean, not an actual one-shot, but it's a power attack that does most of my health. Alright, Pit Wolf taken care of. Let's do another Oaklash. And let's fight this guy on the stairs a little bit. Remember to only use Foos. Don't use Row. Row is a waste of time and energy. And there goes my head again. Alright. Let me lay down a few hits and then run away. That's how you deal with any enemy in Skyrim at all on higher difficulties, is just hit them a couple times and then run. Run for your life. Because your life does depend on it. Let's cast Oaklash. I don't think I've cast it yet this death. And let's let this guy run through a little bit. Maybe I should have let him follow through on that attack, because it wasn't likely to hit me, and it would have meant he had to recover from the animation. My shouts are not working! My shouts are not working! I can't jump either! The game was broken then. The shout button didn't work, and the jump button didn't work. Just kill the Pit Wolf. The Pit Wolf goes down in like 2 hits and... Ow! Oh, that's so painful. Alright, healing. Jump over, do more healing. That's just how you deal with bosses, or just any tough enemies, is you run around and let them get stuck on the scenery. Alright, fam. I just heard the trap close. I should probably try to run him through that trap, shouldn't I? What's the best way to do that? I think I need to lead him around here to give me enough time. Alright, alright. Just get a few more hits in. Alright, time to run. Because he is now in range to actually hurt me. Alright, let him get up here, and now we run. That will give me the time I need to set the traps. Probably. There's the trap. Alright. Let me see if I can't lead this guy into that trap. Let's also drop a save. Because my current save... Like, he sets off the trap, right? Oh, hell yeah, he set it off. How much damage did that do? I wasn't actually watching his health bar. I can't shout! I can't shout! I can't sprint! I can punch. I can at least punch. Come on. Alright, now I got my shouts back. Just a little bit of damage. Come on, I can't land any of your hits. Oh, there we go. Okay. Come on, guy. Pick more one-liners. Ow! Oh, I'm staggered. Alright. That stagger was brutal. I couldn't do anything. You can't jump when you're staggered. This save is maybe a little bit dangerous. There he goes. He set off that trap, but it didn't actually do any damage. Oh, I don't want healing. I want damage. Okay, now I really want the healing. Let's cast a little bit of healing while I'm running away. He might be able to catch up to me at his speed. Alright, alright, alright. What time is it? 7:45. Stream has been going on for almost 5 hours. And I'm happy with that. I am happy with doing a little bit of a longer stream than usual. Shit. Tomorrow is not going to be this long, probably, because tomorrow I have, first of all, I'll be streaming a lot later than usual because our beautiful, lovely friend Mathis Pendragon is debuting at, what time was it he said? I remember he changed the time. Was it noon his time, which is 11 my time? He'll be watching the Nintendo Direct thing, so yeah, be sure to go watch and support and check him out and do all that stuff. 12 p.m. EST, got it. Yeah, he just headbutted me to death. And then, later that night, is when I'm going to be streaming with Ian. This will actually be my first collab with Ian. I have to say, so, like, I've been friends with Ian for a while, but I think just in, like, the past week or so, I've grown a lot closer to them. And I am just so blessed that that is what happened, because Ian is, I think, a very, very lovely person. And, like, they just make me feel so good about myself sometimes. And they were actually one of the first two people I picked out for VTuber of the Week. I wanted to pick people that I have an existing relationship with, but not a, like, but, like, something I could build off of and grow even closer to them through. So that's why I picked Ian and Curry. And I think out of all the VTubers of the week that I picked, they've been the ones that have, like, most... I've since then built a stronger friendship with, since then. A lot of the other VTubers of the week, I just kind of, like, you know, it did help our relationship a little bit, but a few of them just kind of, we go our separate ways after that. But those two, I think I've made very good picks for the first VTuber of the week, because I also wanted to put a lot of thought into who should be the first one, because it was something I wasn't entirely sure how well it would do in terms of helping people out. So, you know, I wanted them to be small enough that that it would be pretty clear what kind of a boost that would give them. Because I am actually collecting data through this. I have a whole fucking spreadsheet and everything. Like, every time I have someone as a VTuber of the week, I put them in the spreadsheet, and every time I check them out of VTuber of the week, I will go back to that spreadsheet and put in my closing data. I don't know why. I just, ever since my last job, I just felt like putting in spreadsheets gives me a lot of information that I can look at and maybe draw some sort of conclusions from. I still have a lot of work that I could do with spreadsheets, like to make sure I have the most accurate information I could be having. Like, I should probably be tracking day to day how much someone's grown or even lost followers, but I just more am looking for a general feel of like how much they grow, and I also am not in any way making an assumption that their growth is solely because of my featuring them. Like, I'm not making that assumption. But I did want my first 2 VTubers of the week to be people who I've known for a relatively long time. Hey, Asher. I wanted them to be people I've known for a relatively long enough time to know that their current relatively small follower counts are not going to get too much out of hand without me giving them that boost, so that I could have a general feel for how much growth I can provide them. So, but yeah, also this is about relationship building for me, is the VTuber of the Week thing. So I wanted those first 2 people to be special people and important people that I could therefore build a closer relationship with, but also they had to be small enough that I could reasonably track their growth. So, with all that said, yeah, Ian and Curry were both, I think, the perfect pick. I don't think I could have, like, picked anyone better for my first VTubers of the week. And since then, I have established, like, closer relationships with those 2. But Ian, yeah, like, what I was talking about before this, like, Ian is, like, we were friends, but I feel like we've grown even closer over the past week. Like, I think I could say that we've gone from being friends to, like, good friends. Like, I can rely on Ian for a lot of things, and I think I'm just very, very happy about that. So Ian is a lovely person. I'm so happy to be their friend, and it just means the world to me. And yeah, I have my first ever collab with them tomorrow. They will be teaching me Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is a game that I once upon a time tried to learn. That was right around the same time I was trying to learn Magic, and basically I had the option of learning Magic or learning Yu-Gi-Oh!, and I went for Magic. So who knows? Oh, it's Mike.
Mike has heard the people of Skyrim are overlooking everyone sincerely.
Mike? I don't know why Mike seems to be bugged in my game, but like he runs around a lot. In the past I've played and he's just been like, you know, walking or standing, but in the last 2 playthroughs of my game, every time I see him, he's just running somewhere. So I think it might be a bug from one of my mods. But yeah, no. And it's not just Curry either. It's not just Ian either. Curry is another person that I'm very happy with, and he has actually been the best mod, like the best person that I've ever made a mod for my channel. A lot of people I just make mods because you seem vaguely regular enough, and I trust you with mod privileges on my channel to slap people if they're being dumb. But I think Curry is like the only person I've ever made a mod that has actually seemed mod-like. Yeah, Aeolus is, he's great. He's a great friend, but he has not used his mod privileges in any way, as far as I can tell. But, yeah, so... But Curry, you know, he seems regular enough, so I made him a mod, and I do not regret that decision for even a second. He's been great. And... I actually haven't talked to him in a while. Like, oh, Miyu, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I was just talking about people and how much I love them. So with Curry, like with Ian, like I've grown a lot closer to them recently. With Curry, I feel like it's almost the opposite. Like I haven't actually spoken with him in a little bit, even though we used to talk quite a bit. So, but either way, I still think of him as a good friend too, and so I reached out to him for a collab this week too. So this week coming up, I have 2 highly anticipated collabs, and it just so happens that both of those people that I'm doing collabs with, actually it's 3 highly anticipated collabs. I have been highly anticipating my collab with Nura too, but and of course you, Impish. I would love to play a game with you, but I just find it funny that 2 of the collabs I'm doing this next week, this current week, happen to be the first people that I selected for Vtuber of the Week. I just think that's kind of ironic. Not forgetting you, Impish. I'm not forgetting you. Here's the other thing, like, so I started that positivity. I know I said I was probably going to end the stream in 3 minutes, but I'm probably going to talk about this for a little bit. Most of you here have probably seen my positivity thread that I started today on Twitter. And my thing was like, you know, tag someone that's made your life better. I tagged 2 people on that positivity thread, right? I tagged Ian, and I tagged you, Impish. I wanted to... Like, here's the thing. There's 100 people that I could probably pick to tag in that thread. I did not want to tag 100 people. I wanted to tag... I actually only wanted to tag 1, and I couldn't decide between the 2 of you who I wanted to tag, so I tagged both of you. But... So I... The thing is, like, I also wanted to... There's a lot of people that I've talked about as being someone who I've developed a decent relationship with, and, you know, I talk a lot about Ophi, I talk a lot about Minra, and Kara, and Locke, and, Emery, but I feel like I've been forming bonds with other people that I haven't brought attention to. like Ian, like Impish, like, I haven't really talked about that on Twitter. Or even on stream, I don't think. So I want to bring attention to that. Like, these are people that are important in my life, and I love them very dearly. So, like, here's the thing. Impish, you are, like, my dream, okay? You're a person that I've been wanting in my life for a lot of time, and I found them. It's someone that I know. I don't want to sound too conceited here, but I wanted someone that I know is kind of a reliable fan of mine. Like, I know people show up to my streams from time to time, and they probably enjoy it. Also, check out our 2 VTubers of the week, Sakuto and Haley. There you go, Nightbot. You know, and that's kind of how it started, I think. It started out to me as just like, oh, it's a person who's a fan. But it's more than that. Like, I feel I've very much brought you into this community. I don't know how much of a direct influence I had over that, but that first interaction with you still sticks in my head. It was during my first ever, and I think my only ever, Just Chatting stream, where I was playing Euro Truck Sim, and you showed up while I was driving across Europe on a road trip, talking about my life and my entire thing becoming a VTuber eventually. That still is very clear to me in my head, and I don't think I've had many interactions with a lot of people that has resulted in that much clarity of, like, I'll remember this. 1680. Oh, 1804. I don't think anything can beat 1804. I think carry weight is probably the most valuable. Yeah, 1804. Yeah, just like there are people that I'm friends with, and I actually don't remember my first interaction with them all that clearly. I like with Kara, I have a vague memory that, like, I might have shouted her out as, like, a crew of support thing way back in the day. I think she followed me or something, and then I shouted her out, and then it became this whole thing, and now we're just friends. But I don't really remember that first interaction that clearly. I remember Ophi. My first interaction with Ophi. Well, it wasn't my first interaction, but it was my first, like, really memorable interaction with her. Was she posted a whole, like, draw your mutuals OCs poorly thing on Twitter, and I submitted my OC and was like, can you please draw me? And she's like, oh, of course. And so Ophi drew me as part of that, and that to this day is the first fan art I've ever received, and I still have it saved on my phone. Hi, Theron Tiger. I still have it saved. So that was like a very special interaction with me. My first interaction with Minra, I was streaming Assassin's Creed Valhalla for the first and I think only time. And I remember having seen her on Twitter earlier. Like, it was earlier that day or earlier that week or something. I remember seeing her and finding her being about as supportive as I am. And so I went... But anyway, like, what hammered her into my mind was that, like, here's yeah, like I am playing Valhalla. She shows up. I think we were talking a lot about history and stuff, and she actually brought up a lot of historical facts because she's from Alaska, and so she brought up, you know, Alaskan history is kind of cool, and I was like, oh yeah, yeah, and there's like all this native history there too, but like a lot of Alaskan history has also been whitewashed with, like, you know, whole it being part of Russia and eventually being acquired by the US and us finding a bunch of oil there. And I just remember that conversation, and I remember her being one of the most active members in my chat at the time, and that meant a lot to me. So my point is, I have a lot of interactions with a lot of people here as a VTuber. And only a few of them have been like the first interaction with that person I remember so clearly. And you fit into that category, Impish. You are someone that I very clearly, distinctly remember my first interaction with you. And I just remembered you as a person who, when I then saw you, I think it was like my very next stream, and you were Nerd Freed, and then you showed up as Impish Nerd, and I'm like, oh, this is totally the same person. I just know it. I know this is Nerd Freed. And so I think you, Impish, are the shining example of someone who I have helped out a lot in this community, in the fact that I probably, again, I don't want to sound too conceited here, but I kind of converted you into being a VTuber. And essentially, as far as you've grown, I feel like a proud parent. I feel like a very proud parent looking at my child having come so far in such a short time. So, yeah, but that relationship that I'm talking about there is more of a senpai-kohai relationship, you know, and that's not necessarily a deep relationship. It's just, this is a person you might look up to, who knows their place around, and this is a person who you want to cultivate and help bring up to your level. I feel like our relationship is more than that, though. Like, I don't know what... Like, I would still have friends and stuff, right? But, like, each friend I have that I consider deeply to be my friend is unique. And while I would have had friends without having met you, I still feel in the short amount of time that I've known you that you have changed me for the better. So for that, I'm very grateful, and I am just so glad that I did that Euro Truck Simulator 2 just chatting stream, because I think I want to know this, Impish. What brought you to that stream in the first place? Was it that you saw I was streaming Euro Truck Sim? Because I think I vaguely remember you mentioning that your is like your partner or someone drives trucks.
Was it delivery?
I think that was you. So I wonder, was that what brought you to my stream, or Minner brought you? Okay. Wait. Did she raid me? Yes, she did raid me during that stream, didn't she? Okay. So then here's the other question. Why were you watching Minra's stream? I want to know that. I want to break you down. I want to dissect you. I want to see what I can do to convert more VTuber babies. Not really, but like, you know. Also, have I been on my open smile, open happy face expression this entire time? Because I only just remembered to change it back. Nura got you back into this and then introduced you to us all. I do remember that. I remember Nura basically said, here's a friend of mine, all, like, Nura posted in our Discord, like, here's a friend of mine, go invite us all. Oh, I was very smiley this whole time. That means I forgot to change back my expression. That happens. I like this bear. This bear has fancy teeth. I don't know, there's something about the teeth that stands out to me. Well, anyway, we can go investigate that bear later.
Speak.
I want to talk to you.
Well done. Your continued efforts have been of great benefit to the people of Riften. Allow me to present you with this compensation.
I will hydrate Mew. There we go. And that will come from my water bottle because my tea is gone. Oh, why did you draw your blade? Basically, you're following a stream called Salty DK Dan. He was doing a thing called Friend Lock, which is a newslock. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. That's where your friends play the Pokemon. While messing around on Twitch, you spotted Minra playing Pokemon Emerald on her stream. You joined, and the rest is history. Yeah. She was playing Pokemon that day. I do remember that now that you mention it. Huh. Well, I have Pokemon to thank for this wonderful friend. Which is kind of ironic because I've never finished a Pokemon game in my entire life. I've played some of Blue Japanese version on the Game Boy, because that was the only version I had, was the Japanese version. I didn't really know what I was doing because it was all in Japanese and I was a kid back then and couldn't read most kanji, so I just kind of saw what the different buttons did and remembered that. But I never finished that game because it was in Japanese. And then the only other Pokemon game I think I briefly played an emulated version of Diamond. It was either Diamond or Emerald because I'd heard people really liked one of those two games. I briefly played like an emulated version because I was like, well, a lot of people like Pokemon, so I should try to get into Pokemon. And then I played that and then it never went anywhere. I just kind of got bored. And then Sword and Shield came out. And so I'm like, well, now I have a system that can play it, and this is the first Pokemon game coming out for that system, and it seems to be, graphically speaking, a game that I can, like, get into. Because I know, like, the Pokemon, the older Pokemon games have their charm with their graphics, but that said, like, I didn't get the same nostalgia as I think a lot of people do from that, so I just kind of was just like, oh, this looks cool, brand new, and I actually have the system that can run it, so I'm gonna get Shield. I got Shield because... is it Ponyta? I don't remember which Pokemon was exclusive to Shield that isn't in the Sword, but I got it for whatever that reason. And that's a game that I played quite a lot, actually, when it first came out and when I got it, but I never finished it. I guess I may have gotten bored with it, I'm not actually sure, but I just kind of got interested in different things. I think it was... which came first, Three Houses or Sword and Shield? Because I think... like, Three Houses was the same thing for me as Pokemon was, where it's like... I've, for the longest time, not had a system that actually has this game on it, and now I have a Switch, and Three Houses is the first Fire Emblem game coming to Switch, and I loved Three Houses so much. It was, like, I'd never played a Fire Emblem game before in my entire life, unless you include Heroes, the gacha game, or Warriors, the Warriors game, neither of which really count as a proper Fire Emblem game. So Three Houses was my first proper Fire Emblem game that got me into enjoying Fire Emblem. I can't play any of the others because they're all on, like, Nintendo DS, and I think some of the earlier ones are on Game Boy. I do have the first Fire Emblem game, whatever that one was called, the one that was on sale on the Switch store because it was like the 30th anniversary or something. I do own that. I haven't played it, but I do own it. But you know, I just really like Three Houses. So if Three Houses came out after Pokemon, that would explain why I never finished Shield. With all that said, I've talked a lot. I've talked a lot during this stream, and let me just say it's good to be back. I appreciate all of you so very much. And I feel like I've learned... a bit about myself during this stream. Maybe. Maybe I'll forget about it. I love you too, Impish. So very much. But yeah. Anyway, tomorrow, Mathis is debuting. Before I go, let me do a quick shout out to his channel. Also, let me remember what his Twitch channel is. I think it's just Mathis Pendragon, isn't it? We'll see. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So, There you go. In case anyone watching this stream right now is not already following Mathis, which I'm pretty sure all of you are, but just in case, there's his channel. Go follow him and keep an eye out for his debut tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. That is 11 p.m. Central. Go support him. Go support this great friend of mine who actually sang a song that was just extremely moving to me. He sang "I Need a Hero," but changed the lyrics for it to be "I Need a Haru," and just like that was totally unexpected, and it just melted my heart when I heard that yesterday. So yeah, I want to give that love back to him. Go support Mathis at his debut, and then tomorrow evening, whatever time it says on my schedule, I'll be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time, while Ian, my dear friend, teaches me how to play. Anyway, I've been talking a very long time. Let me pause this game. Go over. Who's streaming on Twitch? Curry is streaming on Twitch. And Curry currently only has one viewer. Is that one viewer you, Impish? Well, if it is, we're gonna make that a few more. Alright. So, yeah, thank you all so much for being here. And I love you all so much. I really missed streaming, and I'm happy to be back.